Hello. Welcome back. How are we all today? Oh gosh, it's a skin chest. Oops. I forgot that that was gonna be the first one we do today. Good. Good. Flag bearers. Let's drop this here. And I know I still need to do these ones. And then. I keep feeling like I have lipstick on my trays. It's really weird feeling. Because, when you get lipstick on your teeth, you kind of rub it off and it sort of just comes off, but it doesn't come off the aligners. You gotta like, it's almost like you're wiping it dry and then you're wiping it. It's trippy. Look. It's the whole thing. And that's fine. Welcome back to Mountain Farm Monday. Nalak edition. Where are my hearthstones set? I reckon I can probably change these. There is a like an inn on the island, isn't there? Grubs. How are we? Have we all had a lovely, today, Monday? It's mount farming, it's Monday, good. Doing well so far. I had a pretty productive day, actually. I got a few things done that I wanted to get done, and I did some, I didn't catch up on my to-do list so much as I restructured it. I was kind of brutal with it, and I'm like, does this need to be done? Excuse me, like, does this need to be done today? Or can this wait until tomorrow? Or can it wait until Friday? Can it, like... And so what I've done is instead of looking... Because Asana, the way I use Asana, I look at the task list. I switched to calendar view. And I kind of shuffled my stuff so it's all kind of evenly spaced along all of the days, instead of like tons today and then just kind of doing what I can. So I'm hoping that like eventually I'll get to the point where I can actually clear out my to-do list every day. That would be nice. But look, only time will tell whether or not it works. We just have to kind of do our best. That's all we can do, right? All we can do is our best. Welcome back, Zam. Well done on first. Duke with second, amazing. Elray with third, welcome on back. It is Fear, that's me. Usually. That's usually me. Brilliant. Hello, Shay, welcome back. Good morning to the UK, Mike. Good afternoon from Brisbania. Hope you're doing well today. Hello, Sarum. Welcome back to you too. I am 350 eye level and Valdraken is 14 rep. So I'm going to treat myself to the Legion side project now. Sounds like a plan, Shay. Enjoy. Hello, Vin. I couldn't sleep yet, so I figured I'd bop in again for a bit. Not to worry at all. Hopefully we can keep you company. And I'm so sorry you're having difficulty with sleeping. That really blows. Like it really sucks. I am unfortunately familiar with insomnia. Intimately familiar. And it really, really blows. So I'm so sorry to hear that. And I hope that you're the one whose dog wasn't too well, right? I have a really bad memory. Just so please do excuse me if I've got that mixed up. But I have the link in my brain is telling me insomniac new person has dog that's unwell and that's why they can't sleep. So I think that might have been you. But I hope your papa is doing better than he was yesterday if that was you. And that hopefully you can find out what's going on soon so that you can like deal with it and get some rest. 'Cause rest is important, you know, especially when dealing with tough shit, 'cause we can only take care of others when we ourselves are taken care of. Can't pour from an empty cup. So fingers crossed for you. Lucy, your message has been caught by automod, and I'm not sure why, and I don't think I want to know, so I'm just going to allow that. You know, okay, so there's this experience, I'll respond to you in just a second, but there is this experience with automod specifically where it catches something. And because it gives you a short reason as to why, like there's bullying, harassment, there's like targeted abuse, so like, you know, homophobia, racism, etc. There's like sexual shit, there's all this, so there's these little categories that it can kind of assign to it. And it highlights the particular part of the message that has triggered automod in that category. And every so often I look at it and go, that's not that category, is it? And I'm like, I don't think I want to learn a new slur today. So I kind of just let it be. But yeah, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Good. Brisbane, hello, indeed, El Rey, hello. My special little monster turns 1 today. Of course, he has no idea, so it requires very little effort on my part. Brilliant. Amazing. That's hilarious. Well, I hope that you enjoy quietly celebrating without letting the little monster know. Can't figure it out either. Yeah, I'm just gonna not dig too deeply into that. I'm gonna let it be. I don't remember posting that twice. You didn't post anything twice. Sometimes Twitch can glitch out of it and post your own messages twice, or if something going on with automod gets allowed through, it can like duplicate your own message to kind of straighten up where chat's meant to be and stuff. Don't stress too much about it. Usually I just assume it's an oopsie if it does happen, or that it's a Twitch glitch, because it rhymes and it's fun to say. So don't stress. Don't stress. Modern slurs can be incredibly not worth knowing. Correct. They are not things that I would ever use, therefore I do not need to know them. However, sometimes it can be helpful to know what they are and what they mean, so that when somebody uses them, you know that you can safely cut that person out of your life. But I don't think this one was not a slur. But I don't want to know. I'm good not knowing. I'm good not knowing on this one. Might have been related to special. Well, it specifically said sexual, and I'm like, so alternatively, I don't want to learn a new slur today, right? Alternately, I don't want to learn about a new kink today. You do you, boo, in the privacy of your own home, please and thank you. You do not need to share that, especially without consent. So I'm gonna leave it. Hello, Sheba. What a conversation to return to. Hope you're doing well today. Twitch glitch happens. It does. Funnily enough, the logo, the little speech bubble with this little critter over here, the name of the logo is actually Glitch, which is, you know, not at all like, yeah, it's fine. A little education here and there is beneficial in such cases, or having a friend with the knowledge, indeed. Or having automod with the knowledge and being like, wait a second. What? But of course, there are also words that when used in one context are a slur, and when used in a different context are very much not a slur, because people have adapted the word to use it to refer to people insultingly. And so in that case, context is incredibly important, and automod is a bot, and bots can't, at this current stage, can't tell context particularly well anyway. So look, it's a whole experience. It's a whole experience. Just having stomach problems. He's doing better now. He hasn't eaten in a couple of days. Parents have gone to cure for a week. I'm dog sitting. Most of them is around. No one else exists. That doesn't explain anything as to why the dog doesn't eat. That anyway. Yeah, is a chair. Maybe anyone who hasn't ever met Illidan would agree with both his specialness and his monsterness. Automod blocked me for calling a baby cute once, or saying Karen. Yeah, that's the context thing. So Karen is absolutely classed as an insult these days. So jumping into a stream and calling the streamer a Karen or calling another viewer a Karen or whatever, that is deemed to be insulting or inflammatory, and just genuinely not useful to a conversation in any way, shape or form. So AutoMod blocks it. Obviously, if you're having a conversation in which you are talking about a situation you experienced in which a Karen was involved, it can maybe be different that way. And so that's when you would allow it through AutoMod. But yeah, like it just definitely depends on context. Same thing with calling a baby cute. It can be classed as unwanted sexual advances on the word cute for the streamer or other member of chat or whatever. And so AutoMod can't tell context and so blocks it, or sorry, rather not blocks it, holds it for the streamer and or moderators to double check. And sometimes for us, our chat moves slow enough that we can kind of read AutoMod messages and decide for ourselves whether or not we're happy with it. But there are some streams where chat just moves too quickly, and so the mods may either not see it or they'll just deny everything just to keep everything extra duper, super duper safe, just in case. But yeah, all depends on the creator. Yay, better indeed. Automated flagging, all sorts of stuff, making up new slurs all by itself. I mean, look, there was a clip, I don't know if I still have it. It was from when I was doing my lockbox farming. So pickpocketing a crap load of murlocs for my Ravenholt rep for the Insane Achieve. And I was doing that on stream because it was the only way anyone could hold me to it and hold me accountable. And I honestly cracked. I lost my mind and dissolved into hysterical laughter. I couldn't, you know when you have a giggle fit? I couldn't stop laughing to the point that I wasn't able to breathe. I had to kind of stop and calm myself down a bit and then started laughing again when I tried to explain what was so funny. But I was gone. Too many murlocs, too many lockboxes. I was gone. It had been like 10 plus hours straight at that point of just pickpocketing, and it was a time. Basically, AutoMod had triggered, and it had triggered for a slur. And the captured phrase was "lezzy." The problem was, there was nothing that even mildly looked somewhat like that in the message it had caught. So back then, AutoMod didn't highlight the section. It would post you, it would say who it was, it would show their message, and it would say AutoMod caught, and then it would put a phrase, and then it would put the message. And often, the phrase it had caught was nowhere in the message at all. Not even close. Not even like sticking words together and chopping the ends off. None of that. Absolutely none of it. I'm like, where have you got this from, you stupid robot? I was crying and unable to breathe with laughter because I had lost my mind. That's the part they don't tell you, is that the descent into insanity that is part of the Insane in the Membrane achievement. Or at least was. I don't know if they've changed it again. And I mean, fuck, I did it after they nerfed it the first time. So Lord knows how messed up you'd be after doing it before they nerfed it. Anyway, so there you go. Fun story about AutoMod. They have very much improved it since then. Like, very much improved it since then. Yeah, it's better to have AutoMod overcompensate than fix from there. Agreed. I wholeheartedly agree. I would rather AutoMod catch... I would rather AutoMod have false positives than false negatives. Because I can allow a false positive through. I can't redact. I mean, I can delete a message, but every time I delete a message, there is no doubt, oh, I just saw a message deleted. What did it say? What was going on? Blah, blah, blah. And it's like, fuck, guys, can you just not give them attention, please? They're clearly a troll. That's why I deleted them. So you can't put it back in the bottle, but you can let it out if it's accidentally in the bottle, you know? So yeah, that's definitely the preferred Definitely the preferred. Use the person only. Oh, okay, right. Right. I thought you were talking about that your stepmom was the only one that was there, and that your stepmom was like, nobody else exists except for me, therefore you shouldn't feed the dog or something, and I was very confused. Very confused. But that's, I mean, not great, but look. Better than withholding food from an animal. Hello, Enyo, welcome back. I'm doing pretty well. Hope you can say the same. We're discussing a singer named that though. Oh, it's all a bit of a thing, isn't it? Depression in animals can be tough sometimes. It can. Absolutely. Have you heard the new Karen Blah song, etc.? True. True. But yeah. Yeah, you can let some things through and then allow auto mod to continue. But this is the other thing, is that I've got mods who actually keep an eye on it. So when we let something through, we then go back and delete. Because when you let something through, auto mod goes, okay, I no longer need to block that word. Roger, roger. And it's like, well, no. Just because somebody used the word bitch in context doesn't mean I'm happy with some random person coming in 2 hours later and calling me a bitch or calling one of you guys a bitch. Like, that's not okay. So the mods have to kind of jump in there and just delete that allowed phrase yeah, because auto mod's not that customizable, unfortunately. It is what it is, you know. They've only got so much tech they can do. Wait for it. Go. Where am I gonna go? Click the portal to Dalaran. Yeah, for me, I was quiet and carefree. Fantastic! I remember having auto mod hit me when talking about Mardi Gras, a particular group of women who ride motorbikes. Should I understood why blocked me? But yeah, context, that's it. That's it, right? Yeah. Like, you don't want some random person being able to come in and use that as a slur. But in context, it is the appropriate word to use. So yeah, it's... Streaming is not just playing video games with the camera on. Like, streaming involves so much other shit, which is why it is so important to have a moderating team that you trust and are comfortable with, and not just trust, like, trust that they are on the same page as you as to this is the kind of environment I want for my channel. These are the kinds of things we'll let through. These are the kinds of things we'll not let through. It's like, and then kind of being like, yep, cool, go with that, but then also trusting them to use their judgment, because there's not always, like, we have mod chat and so we can discuss stuff, but I'm not always going to be able to monitor that super intently. So there might be a question like, hey, how are we going to deal with this person? I can't always engage with that conversation. So it's important to have people who you can trust to make judgment calls as well, because often once a call has been made like that, especially when it comes to like banning a person, it's different. Like, it's not something you want to walk back, because you then undermine the authority of your moderators, and then people don't respect them as much as they otherwise might. And there's just the whole, like, it's choosing. I know there's a lot of, especially when I was a much younger streamer, like when I'd only been streaming for a year or two, I saw so many people who had like, if you sub, I'll make you a moderator, and all this kind of stuff. And then when channel points happened, you know, spend this many channel points and I'll make you a moderator. And it's like, I don't know, I always found that to be so dangerous. But I also tend to be more, there are streamers out there, and it's not better or worse, or it's just different, who are more carefree with the environment that they create, and that's okay. Like, as I said, not better, not worse, just different. Whereas we tend to be a little more locked down, but the fact that we are locked down a bit more allows us to have more difficult, in-depth, controversial conversations without it devolving into shit fights. And I really value that. So it's the benchmark I've kind of decided to set for.
Stay a while and listen.
But it's something, if you are a streamer yourself, especially if you're starting out, like if you've been going for 6 to 12 months kind of thing, a lot of those kind of streamer education things, you know, like what is your brand, what kind of content do you want to create, blah, blah. But a lot of them forget to mention what kind of community do you want to cultivate, because the people you allow to stay will shape your community. You can't. I'm outnumbered. We're sitting at 71 viewers at the moment. I'm outnumbered as shit. I'm the one speaking, I'm the one with audio, but all I can do is moderate the conversation that happens between all of us. So it's really, really important to kind of have that decision, not necessarily like made, but at least having it in mind. Like when you see something and you go, should I delete that? Should I ban that person? Kind of asking yourself, is that what I want for my community? If I had 30 more people talking like that, would I be okay? Like, would that piss me off? Would that make me sad? Or would that make me happy? And kind of go from there. Yeah! Wow, Jesus, only 26 minutes in and I'm already ranting. Good. Mount Face, Lizzie, Thunderspine, Trampler. No. Good guess, though. I like Lizzie. Laughter can be so contagious. Agreed. Especially to oneself. Clip still says it does. Beautiful. God, it's old. It probably looks like trash too, because like, you know, background would have been a mess, old camera, just all the like, it is kind of what I like, if I had the time, evolution of fear. Like, I know clips didn't exist when I started streaming, like 7 years ago, but like, you know, when like a clip from every 3 months from when clips started existing, and just kind of, that'd be kind of cool. The evolution of the stream and what it looked like. What I looked like. Shit. It's been nearly 7 years. I'm sure I look at least mildly different to what I did 7 years ago. Back to working myself. Feels good, except for the fact I'm struggling to time manage and catch up with the family. Oh, that's okay. That's totally fine. You gotta take care of yourself first. Absolutely gotta take care of yourself first. It was phonetic. It was rhyming. Dupe. Good pickup. Yeah, charity group, if I am not mistaken. There was one time I was watching a stream where someone that created a brand new Twitch account just to try and trick streamers into saying a racial slur. Imagine having nothing better to do. There was a time, so there is a race in World of Warcraft, like a type of creature called a Naga. It is spelled Naga. And for a short while there were a couple of streamers who were banned upon mass reporting. This is the thing, like if you have enough people report at the same kind of time, some automatic stuff can be taken, and then of course a human goes back and reviews it sometimes and corrects whatever, blah, blah, blah. But you can imagine what they, so if you said it fast enough or whatever, and with interesting context, there were, like, some people could have imagined that they were using a slur, and so they were getting banned for it. And of course, I'm pretty sure if you get banned for something and it's been clipped, then it gets deleted. And so it was becoming really difficult to kind of, so there were people who were going around asking questions about things like Najata, and I think the most blatant one I got here, because I mean, people tried to do it here as well. Of course they did, because that's, you know, that's the thing. And I remember a couple of people coming in and asking me what type of creature Queen Ajara was. Like, that blatant, not even trying to be sneaky about it. And it's like, do you think I don't read Twitter? Like, I am not an idiot. I know it's not a slur, but I'm not fucking, you know, ain't no risk in my account over here. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Like, imagine having nothing better to do. It's honestly kind of heartbreaking. If I was going to waste energy on those kind of people, I would feel sorry for them. But I'm not going to, because fuck it. crazy thing to happen with news. It's a good family time and catch up. Yes. I have many newly created accounts pop up just to say something stupid. Yeah, and they don't care because they've got their main account and they'll just like, the idea is to try to get that account. There are YouTube channels that make compilation videos of what they call banned speedruns. They try to say the most inflammatory shit they can come up with to see how quickly they can get banned in larger streamers' channels. It's the entire purpose of the account. They make an account and they see how quickly, just how quickly they can get banned from a stream. And some of them they go a step further and see how quickly they can get the whole ass account banned from Twitch. Like, it's times like that I really goddamn wish Twitch implemented like proper IP bans. You know, get your little shell account banned that you're using for YouTube. Oh no, now your entire Twitch account's gone too. Fuck you, I guess. But anyway, could be a worse grind. Should be planning to farm the Heartbreaker on a full account or something like. Look you. I have presents to look forward to at the end of that, regardless of whether I get the rocket or not. I'm gonna have birthday presents at the end of it. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. And to get used to saying partial names or simply welcoming blankly. Yeah. Absolutely. But I tend to like, I'll read the name and then, you know, Australians, we tend to use nicknames. I use like the first syllable or two of a username. But I usually like say it in my head. I also tend to avoid like if the first syllable or two of the username is like a title, or things that are like, things that feel uncomfortable to refer to somebody as. Unfortunately, there are some particular things I'm well versed in that are not okay to inflict on others without their consent. And being called particular names is one of the big ones, and so I tend to like go with the last section of their name or something like that instead when I know what they're trying to do, and I'm like, no. Even if it's like, okay, if they're not trying to and it's accidental, I'm still not gonna like, it makes me uncomfortable, so I'm not gonna call you that, you know? Like, but yeah, it's a fun, Twitch is a wonderful place. And I genuinely mean that. Twitch is a wonderful place. It is full of an incredibly diverse group of people, but you cannot have diversity in the good way without also having diversity in the not so good way. Like, unfortunately, it's just kind of, like, yeah, sure, like, ban people for doing, you know, outright stupid shit, but you're gonna have, like, the you know, uncomfortable weird people and stuff like that as well, which is, you know, all well and good. We just keep your wits about ya, essentially. Well done on last, Erica. Welcome back. It tries to learn. It was okay with context, bad mod. A one-time allow feature would be nice. It would. Yes, that is exactly what I would like, and that is literally what I would use pretty much every time. Every time. Honestly, I would rather the default be the one-time allow, and then if a streamer kind of goes, bloody fucking hell, why do I have to allow the word bitch through 1,000,001 times a day? Then it prompts them to go and add it to the permanent allowed list manually themselves. Like, that's just, to me, that makes more sense, but not to all, obviously, and that's okay. So yes, food. Whenever, and no, I meant my dog is searching my stepmom. I can really see herself. Yeah, I figured that after you responded. All good. All good. And as a viewer, I think it's also great that we can trust the mod team. Also, that's it, right? That's it. Except in raids or free-for-alls, correct. Oh yeah, then they cheat big time. Lord. Appreciate the value that moderators bring, but I'd never want to be one myself. I don't think I'd do well in that position, and that's totally fine. I have, a couple of times, I'm like, you know what? I need more mods. Like, I'm, you know, I need backups and more people in the moderator team so we have more coverage. And so I've, you know, gone through my regular viewer list and I've gone, that person I think would do well. I think that person would do well. I think that person would do well. And then I approach them and sometimes they say no thank you. And that's totally okay. I make it very clear to them when I approach them that this is not I have made you a moderator. It's an invitation to join the team on a trial basis if they'd like. Some have declined then and there. Others have come on a trial basis and then a couple of weeks or a month or so later have said, hey, look, this is not for me. Like, I never realized just how much shit your moderators deal with. And I'm like, yeah, it's a thing. This is why we do a trial because, you know, you can step down, we can say it's not working, whatever it happens to be. And yeah. So I honestly, I take moderation very, very seriously here. It's not the same across the platform and that's okay. That's totally okay. But for me personally, for here, I'm, 100% take it seriously. And that also helps for sponsors as well. When I get a contract for a sponsorship, and it has, you know, make sure that this is not brought up and don't talk about this stuff and all that kind of stuff. I go back to them and I say, can I share this with my moderation team? Like, am I, even if it's just that section of the, because obviously like a contract is usually covered by like an NDA, non-disclosure, or a confidentiality clause or something like that. And so I always go back and double check. I say, can I take a screen snip of this like chat monitoring clause and provide that to my moderators, just so that if they catch something that, like if I'm mid-talk, they can take care of it. And usually, like, I think every single time they've just said, yep, absolutely. And so knowing that I have a team of trusted people. Ah! Look! I got a skin! Yay! Norman, Zam, and Sarum, congratulations to all of you on your bonus shit. Well done. Who else got skins? But yeah, so like a sponsor knowing that even if I get caught up talking about their product, chat will still be handled. That's a really positive thing to be able to sell. So that's a really big thing for me as well. Yeah. God, it's so interesting. Like all this stuff that I know now that like 2 years ago, I could not have told you any of this shit because I just didn't know that it existed. It's kind of trippy. Kind of trippy. Kind of cool though too. Know what mount you're riding. Telix. 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 Colossal Umbra Hide Morat. No. Swift Pebble Raptor. No. We're supposed to respect mods. I mean, yeah. I mean, you can absolutely trash talk each other, like as long as it's consensual and all that, you know, mutual, that kind of shit. Absolutely go for it. But at the same time, if a mod tells you, hey, cut that out, I would expect that you would respect that, yeah. For sure. Slight difference. Respect me or I will cry. It's only 4 years old. It's fine. Oh my goodness. 4 years since I got insane. Far out. That's trippy. Chair definitely looks different. Yeah, right? Absolutely. To be fair, this rant came about because Automat accused me of inappropriate with my doggo. I know, right? But I love that we can have these like weird tangential conversations that spin off in all these amazing directions. Because it means I'm not sitting here awkwardly not saying anything. Like, content! World Boss Day, so Heavenly Serpent of your choice. I mean, this is a Thundering Serpent that I'm farming, just pointing it out, but... Actually, we're trying to get the Cobalt, so let's go Azure. Blue, blue. Similar stuff. It's a fun part though. So they were trying to say it was uncommon, but it was nasty and felt off enough that the streamer didn't say it. Luckily, they just outright typed it. Yeah, look, I have enough, like, control over my mouth, I guess, that when I'm reading out a message aloud, I don't just automatically say every single word. Like, I think it through as I'm saying it to make sure, like, the sentence structure is right, especially when people type with no punctuation. I need to kind of figure out where the sentence structure is and the breaks and all that kind of stuff. So I go through it kind of slowly to make sure I'm breaking it down right. Because, I mean, you take one sentence, you can say it 3 different ways, give it 3 different meanings. But yeah, that kind of thing, I'd just delete the message and or ban the person outright if that's the kind of shit they were pulling. But this is also slightly off topic, why I don't have text-to-speech enabled on any of my shit. There are some, you know, when you resub, it reads out the message, or when you cheer, it reads out the message, or that. No. I've never had it enabled because I know what people are like, especially with people who are female presenting on the internet. I shouldn't have to be careful like that. You know, it sucks that that's the way that it is. It's wrong, but it is. So yeah, no way in hell am I allowing myself to get banned over some fuckwit putting an inappropriate message in a 1-bit cheer, you know? There are some people who'll bump it up like it only reads the text-to-speech if it's $50 or more, that kind of thing. It's still just not worth it. Because there are people out there who would happily pay $150 to see a streamer get banned. Just because that's, you know, that's what they're... And then, you know, attempt to charge it back through PayPal or whatever. But whatevs. Queen Shara's clearly Melot, clearly. She's a night elf. Tracy, a high elf. It's a thing, gross. Correct, Brightside. Look, a lot of things that people do are gross. Yeah. People need better hobbies. Agreed. She's clearly a Najara. That's what she's the queen of. Correct. I run Twitch account over the years because I thought Twitch was broken. Tapped a spoiler name in a game. Cut apart. I was dumb and pretty bad. Try not to spoil things in the past. Don't really have an issue with it anymore. Yeah, I mean, it's literally the first rule in our channel is no spoilers. And I have and will continue to ban people over it. Tis what it is. Yeah. Some people don't care so much about it, and that's fine for them, and they can not have that rule in their channel, but, yeah. Spoilers ruins the future content that I create because it's not genuine first reactions and stuff like that, so it's a proper problem. For some. It's been a while since I read the old lore. Look forward to your stream. Wonderful, Grim. I'm so glad. I do too. I look forward to streaming. Work nights and weeks out for me. Oh, brilliant. Fantastic. Main channel I'm a mod for is also Twitch stuff, so there's not much craziness going there anyways. I can imagine. If you're stuck with me and I'm stuck with her, so mutual stuckness. Yeah, basically. And I'm okay with this. One day, Shiba, you and I will be in the same room and the world will implode. So I guess it's up to the rest of chat to prevent that from ever happening. Shiba, yay, yay! It's a joke. I appreciate PS so very much. And you, Sheebs, and you. Enchanted Shadeleaf Runestag, no. Oh, that's cheating, oops. It's alright, I took it as the Enchanted Shadeleaf Runestag, which it is not. If you think it's the other one, you'll have to say that. What's your character? I haven't been able to tell. I've been switching through alts. This one is a rogue. First one was a mage, second one was a druid, this is the third one, and it's a rogue. Yeah, she is an Alexia. I am! You are correct. People are stupid. Yes, I've seen text-to-speech misused to trigger virtual assistants. Yep. There's the one that's going around TikTok or Reddit or somewhere at the moment with like a sleep stream. And they're, you know, hey, what is my current location? Like trying to dox the person using, and it's like, ha 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 ha, but you never know who else is in that fucking channel. Like, there are people who think doxing someone is funny, And then there are other people who wouldn't think to figure out how to dox them, but once they have that information, will do dangerous shit with it. You do not know. You do not know who else is in the channel with you. Even if it's someone, like, I mean, you know, you may have been chatting with a person for a couple of years, but lurkers, you may not even know the usernames of lurkers. Do you know what I mean? You never know when there is someone incredibly dangerous in a channel that just doesn't have the appropriate information to enact that dangerousness. And that might sound like it's overreaction and like way too cautious and oh my god, relax, chill out, it's fine. But unfortunately, it has happened too many times to be like, it'll never happen to me is one of the most dangerous, like, mantras you can have. You've got to be fucking careful with this shit. But yeah. Yup. People want a bunch of mustards. I don't know, we just need to find a way to stop the world imploding. Yeah, that's it. Duct tape. No, wait, imploding goes in, doesn't it? Shit. This is not one of those situations where it's either duct tape or WD-40. Neither of those will be the solution here, unfortunately. One of my friends got mad at me yesterday for spoiler because they asked a question about a TV show from 5 years ago and I answered it. They called it a spoiler and all I told them was essentially the 2-line blurb for the episode even. Yeah, I think that's, personally, I wouldn't consider the spoiler. I mean, there was a, I remember reading a Reddit thing about a person who was angry at their SO for spoiling a book. But then the person, it's like, what exactly do you consider a spoiler? And this person considered even knowing the genre of a story to be a spoiler, because then if you know that it's a rom-com, then you know that at the end someone's going to get together and it's going to be funny on the way, and that's a spoiler. And it's like, no. That, like, no. There is a generally accepted definition of a spoiler. There is a generally accepted, like, time period for which spoilers are, you know, to be avoided in public, etc. But, like, dude. Stay in your own hemispheres, people. I'm in the guest while in emote only. Oh, right. Right. That's funny. I feel, let's try that again. I felt like you had typed it out and then kind of, we were halfway through and then hit enter and then kind of looked up and saw, oh shit. And like, I don't think it was intentional. I don't think you were purposely using emote only time to try to get extra guesses. Like yeah. That's really funny. Here we go. I got my head in. Very excited for the day we meet in person. Either way, one of us will be very jet lagged. Yeah. It might be a case of like, look, I'm in your country, but don't come anywhere fucking near me. I need sleep first. Let me spend the night in the hotel. I will see you for like brunch. I'm never overreacting to this sort of thing. Yeah. Till next time I stop by, I get to see the awesomeness of a Fiamma rant. Enjoy, and we'll see you next time. Just because someone has been a part of the community for a long time doesn't automatically make them trustworthy. Correct. Correct. Absolutely. The type of person that disables all tracking on web browsers that I can. I don't want random people knowing anything about me. Fair. Very, very fair. Thank you, Sheba, for doing that. I just gave Illidan a hug, told him it was his birthday. He licked me in the eye and elbowed me in the nose. Not really sure how to interpret that. Birthday? Where's cake? Is how I would interpret that. Like, cool, thanks, but like, where's my cake? Some sort of support struts could prevent the implosion. Right, who do we have to contact to get them to install intraplanetary struts? That is, intra is the right, yeah. Because my shots are intramuscular and they go inside my muscle. That's right, yeah? Intraplanetary struts. Science words. Oh, self-doubt is fun. Do you want to know, or are you thinking out loud as a common phrase with our friendship circle? Yeah. Yeah. And that's often, like, I have to say that on stream, like, a lot as well. Because it's like, if I ask, especially when I'm trying to figure out, like, a puzzle game, and I'm like, where does the blue bit go? And then I'll see chat out of the corner of my eye, just dunk, 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 and I'm like, I'm thinking out loud. I'm not reading chat now. This is, like, I wanted to figure this out. I'm just thinking aloud. Yeah, I make that boo-boo. Well, back when I played a lot of puzzle games, I made that boo-boo a lot, unfortunately. And then sometimes, like, it's like, you know, if I want a genuine answer, I will ask. And so then I kind of, like, I get really stumped and I go, okay, I need an answer here. I want your opinions. What is this? and then it actually, yeah, like, communicating with a whole bunch of people who are watching you because this is their game, this is their passion game, and they want to help. I know it comes from a place of caring. I know it comes from a good place. But like, trying to solve problems with a big handful of people who want to help and who don't know you and who have no idea about your mannerisms and about the fact that you do, like, it's that phenomena when you're doing a crossword and you're reading this clue and you can't, like, what the fuck is this clue? And then you say it aloud and your brain is like, yeah, it's this. It's like, different processing areas in your brain to process sight versus sound. And so saying it aloud gets it into a different bit, essentially. I know that's not the scientific description, but anyway, to figure it out. So sometimes talking aloud to yourself and kind of stepping yourself through what you're doing aloud can help your brain engage with it a bit better. But it doesn't mean you're asking for the solution. So it's really tricky trying to balance the whole, like, communication, trying to do it yourself, people who have no idea about who you are or what your mannerisms are, and then just, like, all the, yeah, it's tricky. If knowing the genre of a book is a spoiler, libraries have spoiled every book. I know, right? I know. Jas once told me off for giving him a spoiler about the outcome of World War II. Really? Oh my lord. When he gets home, I'm going to have to ask him about that, Aaron. That's beautiful. I love it. I'm imagining it was because he was playing some kind of historical game, and so it was a spoiler for the outcome of the game, but because the game was based on factual truths, it was kind of... That's really funny. How would they find the book, movie, etc. to access the story in the first place? No idea. No idea. I generally tend to do research on media before I engage with it. I don't want to go into something, end up going into the subject matter I find distressing. Yeah, absolutely. Content warnings and stuff like that are super duper important. Super duper important. Leave it to Jack to find a way to exploit an emote chat to try and win koala coins. Jack, what do you know about interplanetary support strats? I think you'd have to contact Planetary Defense Office at NASA for that. Maybe it's moved to the Space Force. I don't know. Yeah, look. Like, I know Space Force is an appropriate name considering we have, like, Air Force, but it still sounds like something out of a fucking science fiction. Like, there's literally, have you seen the TV show called Space Force? It's beautiful, and you should definitely watch it if you haven't already. I think I saw it on Netflix. It's like, it's a comedy, but it's more like a... kind of like a sitcom, but it deals with some, like, heavier content matter as well, which is really nice. I don't know. I enjoyed it, and I thought it was funny. Intra, in, inter, out. Yeah. Yeah. Like, interplanetary negotiations is, like, I'm sure that's from a video game. Everything's from a video game, right? Let's assume it's a code word like elephant or something. The answer is 42. The answer is always 42. Some games communities are really bad for that kind of unsolicited help. Yeah. Yep. Especially when it's the kind of passion where it's, if you don't do what I'm telling you to do, you are playing the game incorrectly. It's like, I don't care. I'm having fun. I'm learning. I don't want to learn the most specific, appropriate, correct way to do this thing. I just want to explore. If I fail, if I lose, I don't mind. I'm having fun. Piss off. But yeah, it's, yeah. I know. I know. Oh, excuse me. I used to find raiding was really bad for that, especially if you had like a heroic or a mythic tag in your title. You'd have people coming in and telling you why and how your strat is wrong. And then so you'd have to spend every single break between attempts. It'd be like, yep, I know that's how it's usually done. We tried that. We have an issue because we don't have enough of this class, or we have an issue because we have too many melee. It's never too many ranged. Or we're like, you know, we're not doing it that way because of this, that, or the other. Or the one warrior we have has slight lag issues, and so they can't hit that in time because it's too time sensitive, so we do it a different way. And it's just, you don't want to be like, raid, explain why everyone's wrong. Raid, explain why everyone's wrong. It's just not fun. Like, fuck. Yeah. It's great. It's great. Sometime ago in Kiwi server, he was playing Hearts of Iron. Yeah, Netflix original, good. Yeah, it's really good. I thought it was quite well done. But I mean, what do I know? Maybe I have terrible taste in entertainment. Space Force is hilarious. Good. I'm glad I'm not the only one who feels this way. Generally, you don't have the material tech currently for that. We can only have a few 100-kilometer long carbon nanotube based cables in space. And even then, exposure to vacuum deforms them. They're called guardians, like soldier, sailor, etc. Yeah, that's a bit pompous. I beg your pardon. It's only if we solve graining issues. Rampaging Mauler. Yes. I had to check. I forgot. Yes. It is the Rampaging Mauler. This one. The light brown is on the saddle. Because there's no other fucking colors. Cool. All right. Let's turn that off. I was like, that looks familiar, but let me just check that that's actually the tab I have open. Because I have a tab open so I can, like, for Warcraft mount, so I can check, like, patch or expansion or faction, that kind of stuff quickly in case I need to. But yeah, that's how I know I've got the right one. And I can't change my mind. There you go. Done. You know why it's 42? Apparently game Inscription brings out insane amount of backseaters. What's Inscription? Now I need to know. It sounds like a puzzle game. Maybe we should do it for the experiment. In law or out of law, but yes. Don't run a one friend that was watching a stream with me that told me not to backseat game, saying, hey, this part is really cool. You should check it out in the game. Same person pretty much tried to dictate everything they did in a previous game. Saying, well, look, I mean, this is the thing. Streamers are individuals. When it really all boils down to it, streamers are individual people. And there are going to be times, like maybe before you joined, they had set up with, like maybe even before the stream started, they had set up with a particular person that they were going to be their designated assistant, because that way they knew how far to go with their tips and hints and stuff like that, whereas a general random person wouldn't. Which is really dangerous, of course, because this is why I block, even if people are saying something that is in context correct, I still disallow it. Because if other people come in and say, oh, well, they're saying that, therefore it's okay if I say that, and then they kind of roll with it. So yeah, it's fucking tricky. You cannot, as a streamer, it is impossible to take a singular rule and apply it evenly to absolutely everybody who ever joins you. You can't do it. You can't do it. Inky black card-based odyssey that blends the deck-building roguelike escape room-style puzzles and psychological horror into a blood-laced smoothie. Darker still are the secrets inscribed with a Y upon the cards. Card battler, card game, story-rich deck-building. Yeah, that does not sound like my kind of game. I mean, kind of, sort of, but not really. Like, I could probably... It would probably fit. It would be something that would appeal to the community. but I don't tend to gravitate towards deck builders. Like I don't kind of go, ooh, it's a deck builder. You know, it's not one of my top favorite genres, but they also can play enough like a puzzle game that I enjoy them. So it's, yeah, it's interesting. Cool. I found out. Really, that's cool. Yeah, coins. Ah, Shiba. I remember again that streamer said that suggestions were fine in the past. Yep, people can change their minds as well. Like, it really is that simple. Just because something was okay 2 streams ago doesn't mean it's okay today. Like, it's... people are like that. You know, there's one day that someone's going to be totally fine talking about a particular medical ailment in depth, and then 3 days later somebody in their family gets diagnosed with that and they're no longer okay with talking about it because it brings up too much emotion for them. Like, that's... I know that's an extreme example, but it still works, you know? Like, as a streamer, we are allowed to change our minds at any moment. We're not beholden to shit, except if we're contracted. Well, no worries, dupe. Enjoy. We'll see you soon. Oh, Shiba, every time. Games I've found bad for backseating are like Life is Strange, Walking Dead type games, and Dark Souls. Somehow Life is Strange is the way. No, turn around, go click that thing. No, you gotta go talk to that person. Oh, you missed it. You can't 100% the game now. You need to talk to them at that moment, otherwise you can't talk to them ever again. It's okay for people to make that mistake and have to go and replay it, just like most people did. Like, I'm the kind of person, if I'm playing a game like that, my first playthrough... Oh, that didn't reach. My first playthrough, I will absolutely go through with no guides, no information, no nothing. I will just explore and do stuff, and then at the end of the playthrough, I'll go, ha! I only got 27% of the achievements! That's hilarious! Right, where's a guide so I can go back and earn the rest of them? That's how I play. And somehow, some people just get so pissed off that I'm okay with not 100% clocking at the first playthrough. There are some games where you can't clock it in one playthrough. You have to make different decisions, and so you have to play through it 3 or 4 times. But yeah, it's just, I understand they want to help. I get it. I understand that they want to help. But, no. Like, if I ever play a story game like that again, I'm absolutely going to put a bloody no backseating tag in the, like, I mean, people attempt to backseat WoW as well, but you can kind of just ignore that. But, like, if I play through stuff like that again, 100% there'll be a no backseating tag. And then if people do backseating stuff, I'll just delete the message and be like, hey, username, we have the no backseating tag today because we're not open to backseating for today's stream. Thank you. And then they can decide whether to accept that in the show and go, oh, shit, sorry, didn't see that. Cool, no worries, enjoy the game. Or they get pissy and get banned. They're cool. Up to them entirely. I just started Drag Racing World Quest today and slammed face first into a cliff when I missed a turn. Have yet to hit a tree though. Well done. Hitting a tree is like, oh, it's a time. It's a time. But enjoy them. Look, it's so much fun. It's so much fun. Making sure everyone knows what tree I'm talking about. Yeah. Streamers have minds. Correct. Shocking, I know, but she said it was fine after I said that. Then why did you... I feel like we're not getting the... If you were banned for something, Vin, I'm sure that you did something to get banned. Like, I don't know a single streamer where a mod would accidentally ban someone or ban someone for a thing that they disagree with, and then the streamer just kind of goes, oh, yeah, whatever, don't worry, just leave it. Just leave it. No, they, like, actively try to go, sorry, that was a mistake. We've unbanned you now, blah, blah, blah. But, like, yeah, if you've been banned, there is a reason. And if you've been told that action A is okay, then there is probably an action B that you haven't included that you actually got banned for. But that's fine. We don't need to know. We don't tend to... don't tend to dive deep into the psyche of specific other people here. Because we don't know what's going on. We don't know what they think. And to assume is to make an ass of you and me. What's up today? Different Wiki Shores paths. There's a few in each zone. Like, quite a few in each zone. I remember seeing someone try and backseat Animal Crossing. Yeah. I was told in Stardew that I really shouldn't sell that because I'll need it for this other thing later on, and I'm like, yeah, but it's a strawberry. I can get it again later on. or some, I can't even remember what it was, but regardless, it's, yeah. And if once in my gaming life did I ever focus on 100%ing a game, I always want to just immerse myself in the first playthrough, that's it. Second, third, fourth, 100%, give me those achievements. I want the points, damn it. But first playthrough is just, let's experience this game, see what it's about. See if I want to get all the achievements. If I want to yell at someone for being stupid at a game, I'll just load up a pre-recorded video, that way I'm not bothering anyone. You should never want to yell at someone for being stupid at a game. Like, that's the same energy as people yelling at the TV screen when a sports ball game is not going the way they want it to, be it basketball or soccer or rugby or whatever. Like, that's not a thing that should be normalized. No accident is also in the chat rules in case you missed the chat. Absolutely, it is. I'm gonna have pop out of keys like, yeah, refresh the pace over time. Just try to get some sleep, rest well. Completely different streamer. Yeah, we figured, like, look, but anyway, regardless. A lot of those games have achieves that require oppositional outcomes. Yeah, you must play multiple times to get the achieves. Like let person die. Make sure person doesn't die. Like, you can't have both of those things in one playthrough. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Enjoy your lurk, Keggy. Hope you're doing well today. Take care of yourself. Wait a damn minute. Isn't it's the face of Blizzard? No, I'm on the launcher occasionally. But, if that's what you're referring to, but I'm not, like, an employee or anything. And I'm also one of at least 8 currently that I know of that are rotated through on the launcher. I may be missing people as well because I don't have, yeah, that's enough time. The person you see on the launcher depends on what day you've opened the launcher and what time of day as well. Because it only shows us when we're live. So if someone streams, you know, like 9 in the morning till 2 p.m. and you never check the launcher at those times during the week because you're at work or at school or something, then you're never going to see that person, kind of thing. But if you're always logging in the evening on the Sunday, Monday, Friday, which are my current launcher days, then yeah, you're going to see me. Other days have other people, other times have other people, but yeah. Kind of funky, hey? I'm pretty much friends with them anyway, for real. It was a joke. Okay. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense as a joke. There was nothing else in your message that toned that I was banned for blah 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 that made it look like a joke. Anyway, Sand, Kang, Norman, Sarah, and Drag, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. Well done. So I'm just lining up the serpent so I can continue auto-running in the direction of Nalark. Here we go. Placing that one. Amazing. Oh, I'm caught in a fence. Follow the link in chat, log in with your Twitch account, and drag and drop your units to the battlefield. Doesn't matter what level they are, doesn't matter what type of unit they are. Have fun, place whatever you want to level, etc. Go ham. Just finally got a Pillar of Creation. Nice to Legion Soul Lord, fantastic. Just guessing you up. Okay, Meek. Right. I was like, okay, how do I respond? Look, it's fine. Okay, so I never assume, like, when it's compliments and shit, it's kind of weird to just be kind of like, yeah, that's me. You know, it feels awkward. Every so often, it's started happening, you guys. It started happening. Every so often, if I'm logged in and I'm not streaming, I get a whisper that says, "Are you the streamer?" When I'm on Fear, and I can't, like, am I the streamer? I am a streamer, but I'm not the streamer. But like, and then I'm agonizing, like, if I respond to this person and say yes, are they gonna go off on a rant asking why the fuck I'm always on their launcher? Or are they gonna be like, oh cool, I dropped by your stream the other day but was lurking. Like, how is it gonna go? So I've taken to responding, yup, smiley face. Because I'm like, how do I don't, It is terrifying. It's terrifying. Cool. Amazing, also Sophia. I'm caught on a fence. Yeah. Such is life, meaty. Such is life. It was funny in regards to leading up a video to yell at someone. Significant delay between. Regardless, then it still didn't come across as you making a joke. That's why we have tone indicators that like and emojis and stuff like that we can use to be like, ha ha ha, as in I'm saying this in a joking manner and shit, because text doesn't have tone, but it's fine. Like, it really doesn't matter. You should go to bed. If you need rest, you need to go to sleep. And then you are the streamer. Like, no, though, I'm not. Look. It's weird. It's weird. Ugh. Fear to stardom. Can we start with Yeet Fear to full time? What the fuck is that? Closed captions. It's me from have you checked out Fear socials where she still hasn't posted in a while? Look. I've been having a rough go of it lately. Like, the last couple of weeks have been really, really rough for, like, I know you guys have noticed, like, the fact that I finished Wednesday streams early twice in a row, and that kind of stuff. I'm not going to go into it because I'm not comfortable sharing shit yet. That was my prerogative, and you can either respect that or you can not, and you can, you know, just deal with that in your own, yep. But it's been, like, the last handful of weeks have been really fucking rough, in a lot of different ways. And I'm starting to feel like I'm getting a bit of a handle on it. I had a psych appointment. I see a psychologist. That is not something I make a secret of. I see them regularly. Usually once a month, roughly. Sometimes 5 weeks, 6 weeks, depending on appointments and my life and all that kind of stuff. But I've been seeing a psychologist since before I started streaming. And sometimes I feel like I don't really need an appointment. But I just, you know, I go anyway and debrief and just talk about little bits and pieces and just kind of build my, like reinforce that I'm doing the right thing and all that kind of stuff. And then other times I'm like, well, shit, when's my psych appointment? And And so I had one last week. Last week? No, week before? Fuck. When was it? Jesus. Half a week, not almost a week ago. Almost a week ago. And it was really, really good. Like really kind of having a professional tell you that your feelings are valid can really help. Sometimes, not always, but that's okay. For me, it helps having a professional be like, what you are feeling is that's appropriate. You're not overreacting. You're not underreacting. This is the appropriate level of reaction for the situations you are describing. So here's what we're gonna do. And I'm very much like talking about feelings and stuff is good to get them out and also to kind of ascribe labels and things like that can be helpful sometimes. Especially talking it through with a professional, because then the words that we settle on in session, I can then go and use with other people when I'm trying to explain to somebody, this is how I'm feeling. I can use those words because we agreed that those are appropriate and they feel right and all that kind of shit. But the bits that I really like are the actions that I can take. Like, what can I do to alleviate whatever the fuck is going wrong? And two of the things were being brutal with my to-do list. Ruthless was the word she used, being ruthless with my to-do list. Does this have to be done today? No? Fuck it, do it tomorrow. Do it on Wednesday, do it on Friday, do it on the weekend. And that has been helpful. But the other one was, after being ruthless with your to-do list, not to the point of what can I fit in today, but what do I have the energy for today, which are two very different things. Just because I can fit 7 tasks into my day doesn't mean I have the energy for 7 tasks. Sometimes I only have the energy for 2. So one of the things that has obviously fallen by the wayside is my socials, posting on social media and stuff like that. And though I do have some plans for things that I'm going to post, I have drafts of posts that are waiting to be slotted in at appropriate times and stuff like that. It is not my highest priority at the moment. My highest priority is my health. And so one of my biggest coping mechanism, my biggest kind of comfort, is snacking. Is tasty food, is exploring culinarially. I don't think there's a word appropriate. I don't think there's a word for what I'm trying to put into words, but exploring food-wise, like exploring different flavors and tastes and all that kind of stuff. Going down to the store and finding a pack of chips that's labeled new or limited edition and putting it in my face. Because I like exploring with that kind of stuff and finding new flavors and all that. But I can't do that because I can't eat with the trays in. And I can only have the trays out for a very limited amount of time per day. Otherwise they won't work properly. So I can't snack. And all I can drink is water, which is incredibly boring. And so what we did, and hopefully the reason I tell you this in such detail is because I'm hoping that maybe it will help others maybe in their journeys. But what we did, we broke down like, we broke down why snacking and tasty drinks are a comfort. What is it? What do they do? What are they? What do they do? How do they make me feel? All that kind of stuff. Like what is it about them that comforts me? It's taste, flavor is one of my senses, texture, and also like a bit of sound as well. Because like, you know, often it's a pack of chips or something and so it crunches and things like that. But often it's a texture thing. And more than often it's a flavor thing. Like it's a taste, engaging my taste buds. but it also engages my brain because I think about, okay, so this says barbecue, but what the fuck does that, or you know, it says crispy pork belly with applesauce flavored chips. Do I taste pork? Do I taste a bucket load of salt? Do I actually fucking taste apples? Like, and so thinking about, like, is this an appropriate description of this flavor? Kind of like food critic fear, you know? Yeah. That's the stuff I tend to do when I'm experimenting with a new snack or something. And so Psych suggested that I find something I can do that will engage a couple of different senses and also engage my brain. And she's like, do you have any hobbies that you haven't really done for a while? And when I tell you I felt called out, let me fucking tell you. So I mentioned that I haven't cross-stitched in a while. And she said, okay, well, describe what cross-stitching does for you. I'm like, well, it engages my mind because I'm looking at a pattern and I'm having to concentrate to make sure I put the right colors in the right places and don't stab myself with the needle. But there's also like the visual of it, as the colors, like the colors on the fabric and watching the picture kind of come to light as I stitch. And also the texture thing. It may not be texture on my tongue or in my mouth. It is a texture on my hands though, because there's the feel of the Aida fabric, which is quite rough usually because of all the holes and stuff. And usually the stuff I get's pretty starched. And then as I pull the thread through, the thread's not smooth and the fabric's not smooth. So it generates a very small vibration as it like draws through and then go through here and then go. So it engages a couple of senses and it engages my brain. And she's like, right, not every day, but every week, a couple times a week, I want you to make time to stitch. So I went and pulled out a bag. This if you're having trouble reading that, it's an exhausted panda, and it says, what a year this week has been. So, and I felt like that was appropriate. And I have, oh, there's thread on here still. Oops. I have black work. Is that gonna focus properly? It's so bright because, like, I'm trying to show you the pattern, but I don't think it's gonna, because it's not just a cross thatch. It's a, also, I'm not sure you're gonna able to see. Oh, you can kind of see. This fabric is tie-dyed. It's like purple and yellow and stuff like that. So I picked a really like poppin' purple. And let me show you what the pattern actually looks like. If I can get that to show a little bit. So that there is the pattern I've actually used. And everything being too bright. Yeah, that's the pattern. But of course on fabric it's like a teeny tiny, which is why I pulled the camera up real big. There you go. Pretty funky, hey? And yes, the back is hella neat. But the idea I'm having I'm gonna go back and read things because I need to. How are you there? How's the farming? Yeah, look, I'm doing pretty well. So far so good with the farming. So far so good. Check for your socials. So great indeed. Ben from Brisbane. We could all benefit from somebody to talk to. Lord knows a lot of us aren't good at listening and it's better to go to a pro. Yeah, for sure. And a lot of us aren't good at talking either. And going to a pro, they can help ask the right questions that prompt the right thoughts that can eventually share. Because like a lot of times it's like, well, what's going on? I don't know. Well, okay, what about this or this or this? A professional's gonna know what parts to kind of needle in on a little bit to get you to sort of think critically about actually what am I feeling, what am I experiencing. Pros are good at a lot of different things. It's not just somebody to listen. Super important to remember, hey. You like the getting rid of the feelings part. Well, look, not necessarily getting rid of them. Acknowledging that they exist and living with them rather than letting them control me in my life. They're always going to be there. They ain't going nowhere. But, yeah. Time for social media anyway is for going under and such. I don't think it's going under. There's too many people talking about it for it to be going under. They're making some bad decisions, but they're also winding a lot of them back immediately and stuff like that. There's... yeah. Understanding awareness is on the rise. Gastronomic adventures. I love it. I love it. It doesn't sound pleasant though. A lot of people do associate gastro with the pain part. Fear has hobbies left abandoned. I know, right? I know. Stitching advocacy. Yes. Hello, Dizzy. Welcome back. It's awesome. Several meters long parchment scroll. Reading the list of fears hobbies. That's it. That's it. I'm so bad at talking. Difference between listening and hearing too, for sure. For sure. Good afternoon. Hello, Dano. Hello, Dano. So my idea is that the reason this is in a circle is because there's a needle there and that's going to make this very difficult. Don't go anywhere. I need you still, and I don't want to find you in the carpet using my foot. I've done that before. Do not recommend. So these are buttons, and the idea is that this goes behind there, and this curls around. It's a really bad representation, but it's about as close as I can get without actually doing it. But the idea there is that that will then be a pin with a, so there's a flat back and then a pin, like a thing that you can glue to the back of it that you can use it as a brooch, but it's also got a bail loop on it, so you could put it on a chain or something, or even on a key ring or something like that as well. It is fabric, so it'd get dirty, but that was what I was thinking. Because that way, problem with crafting is that you wind up with a house full of shit that you have made. This way, if I can at least sell them at cost plus shipping or something, that way I can get the money that I paid for the stuff back, and then I can buy more stuff with which to craft. You know, like, yeah, that's at least where my mind is going at the moment, but like, that's still a ways off. But yeah, I'm having fun. That was really just chill to sit and stab a piece of fabric a bunch. And I've got so many beautifully colored pieces of fabric. And so that's like, it's tie-dyed, so that's all pale purples and pinks and yellows. But then I've got some that are like greens and pinks, and I've got some that are like blues, and one that's all like red and orange and yellow, like fire. And all this, like, so I feel like they'd make really beautiful little pieces of stuff. And then I've got threads that are tie-dyed, so I could get plain fabric and stitch with these beautiful tie-dyed threads on, or variegated, variegated? I don't even know how, look, that word is so hard to pronounce. But yeah, thread. Like, you know, there's like purple and then green and then yellow and then purple and etc. as it goes along. So yeah, I don't know. And I've got like that book that I showed you, I've got a bunch of little sketched out patterns that I did a while back. So I have got like a variety of bits I could do. But look, we'll see. We'll see. You talk with us within your comfort zone, show the professional and Kobe Mason. Yeah, you're so welcome. You're so welcome. Like, as I said, before you joined us, Dunno, like I've been really through it in the last few weeks, and I'm not comfortable talking about that yet. I'm not ready yet. Maybe one day I'll feel comfortable talking about it. Maybe I won't. Oh well. Y'all are just gonna have to live with that. But what I can do is talk about things that I feel comfortable talking about, like stitching and the fact that I'm making things again, which is something I haven't done in such a long time. And not only making things, but making things that, I don't know, maybe some of you might end up having in your hand one day, which is kind of cool. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Craft crochets, auto make coping mechanisms. Yeah, I've got a few crochet hooks and stuff as well. I decided to just kind of, instead of being like, yes, I've got all these hobbies I could do. No. One. I will do one. And then we'll see how we go from there. And maybe once I've done a batch of button, because that there has space, that's got 35 circles on it. So I can make 35 buttons, and each of them will be different because the stitches will be in a slightly different place. The background color of the fabric will be just a little bit different on every single one of them and stuff as well. So there'll be like 35 unique pieces that are all, you know, lovingly handcrafted. And we'll just kind of see where we go from there. I'll have to, once I'm ready, once I'm happy with them and I'm like, okay, I think this is all right. And once I'm like ready to part with them, sit down and figure out how much it cost me to make them. I mean, I know hourly, fuck no, that's a long time. But it's not like I'm not trying to make a profit. It's about, like, I am profiting in terms of mental health. I'm doing this and it's helping me become more mindful and focus on a task and just kind of set other things and set stress aside for a little bit and just do this. So that's how I'm profiting. But if I give them away, then I've paid for it. Whereas if I can sell them at cost, at least I get back the money and I'm at a net zero, which means I can buy more and make more. Like, you know? It's that kind of a, yeah. Yeah, anyway. Fears Etsy is a coping mechanism. I did have an Etsy store for jewelry a while back, but then some wonky shit happened with like shipping costs and stuff, and plus I like made a grand total of I think like 7 sales, and I think 5 of them were to my mother. So you know, it is what it is. Sounds like auction house strategy. Yeah. Dozer crafting is great too. Absolutely. Recently joined Nerd Fitness. Hey, love they include mindset and mental well-being. Include the usuals like meditating, journaling, also reading and crafting. Current quest is reading at least 1 page per day of a book. That's awesome. And such, like, that's a really achievable goal as well. It's not aiming to read a chapter a day or something like that, because who the fuck knows how long a chapter's going to be until you get into it, right? I've read books where 1 chapter was a paragraph and then the next chapter was like 70 pages. It's a pain in the butt, but a page? Super doable. That's really great. Nerd Fitness. I don't think I've heard of that one. I might have to look into it. I mean, I'm happy with my current like setup. I'm happy to give this a crack, and because I mean it's been less than a week, obviously, since I had that discussion. So yeah, but as like another option in the future, having more options cannot, like, it can't be a bad thing. So she's making is pretty cool. Thank you. With the imagine having a pin handmade by Ms. Australia. How many people can say that? Well, by the end of this, 35. I'm thinking on this piece of fabric, I'll do the same pattern on every button. And then a new piece of fabric, I'll pick a different pattern and make like, does that, I think that's what I'm gonna do with it. Cause like, I feel like the red and orange and yellow one, like the fire one, I kind of feel like it needs something spiky. Like, I need something like sharp and spiky and stuff for that particular piece of fabric. And then there are other ones where I definitely want something like swirly and flowy and that, but interesting. Hey, Jas, I have a question for you. Quests are not really achievable. You're going to have 3 quests at a time from nutrition, exercise, and mindset. You have an avatar. Complete quest gets you gear. See, I tried Habitica a while ago. I'm not sure if any or many of you have heard of that, but I tried Habitica multiple times over the course of a few years, and I could never maintain it. Even though it's like, you know, gamifying habits and blah, 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 I couldn't do it. Even when I remembered to do the things, I would always forget to log into the app and tick it off and shit. Like, ugh. That drove me batty. But, look. Interesting. Interesting. Jesus following, yeah, that's it. Jas, apparently, you once got angry at Aaron for giving you a spoiler about World War II. And I would like you to confirm or deny. Ask you what's for dinner. Yeah! Hello, Drab. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Shoot in Discord. Because you're there. Ooh. In Hearts of Iron with Kiwi in a server. And if it as well, I like, yes, Yori. Absolutely. This is why I love this community. Everyone's like, always, you know, just helping each other out, even if it's accidentally. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Be influenced, that's it. That's it. So where did that thread go that I so rudely tossed away? If it's my sense of humor and I'm having fun, good! Oh, that's so awesome to hear. Like Italy will capitulate. I was like, wow, spoilers. So it was a joking angry, you claim, not an actual angry. Is that what you're saying? Uh-huh. Do I believe you? Aaron, do we believe him? No. Still hurts. That's amazing. Oh dear. We'll go on, yeah. Never take that time with you. I'm so taken aback. Oh man. Nalak can spawn at any second, so I think I'll do that battle after Nalak decides to show his mug. see.
Wind blow. The storm is coming. I am but the dark.
I didn't get a hit in. Damn it.
The storm.
Damn it. I didn't get a hit in. Apparently the target was behind me. That's fine. I'll wait for the next one. In fact, because I've got at least 10 minutes till Nalax spawns, let's do the battle. And then I might take a quick bio break. Appropriate time. Sensitive guy. Oh dear. Na 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 na. Well done, Aylin, Sand, Erica, and Meaty! Congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. Well done. Let's go here. And I will return... Ooh, actually. I wish I could, like, search for my units. That would be nice. That's the Centurion, isn't it? Yep, so the one with the big red shield. Is that armored? It is. Perfect. I'm gonna be right back.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
Water. I've got like this much water left, so I thought I'd grab another bottle. Ugh, with the fact that I can't drink anything except water with my aligners. Water tastes like butts.
Hydrate.
Yeah, basically. But like water tastes gross. Water tastes like mud to me. It's gross, and I like filters. I've tried filters and all that kind of stuff, and it just doesn't seem to do the right thing. I am in a rental, and like I rent my home, and the sinks in all the bathrooms, the laundry, the kitchen, everywhere, all of the taps, none of them are the right kind of tap to get an attachable filter. So I can't do that, and it's also a rental, so I can't like install a filter tap because it's not my place. So it's, yeah, so we've got bottled water, which I don't like. I really don't like. But they are recycled, bottle made from 100% recycled plastic, excluding cap and label. And and it is recyclable as well. So like, I would prefer to reduce and reuse, but recycle is an option as well. So yeah, it tastes like ass otherwise. Anyway, all right. Panic. New stack size of materials are a terrible idea. Otherwise, actually carrying more stuff is better. Two reasons. One, smaller stacks force me to actually clean out my bags more often. Two, I've spent way too much time herbing and mining without realizing it. It's like, oh, I have a second stack. That's not two. Oh, that's 200. Yeah, fair. That's why I get an entirely new bag for it. Which attributes to the auction house gods. These are good things. Longer between having to clean out a bag and herbalizing, minalizing, going faster than you expect. I don't think it's less going faster and more like, oh shit, I've been here for 3 hours, what the fuck. I was supposed to do other things today. First World of Warcraft problems, I farmed too much stuff. Oh no, I have extra now. Took my mage, realized my priest has almost 199 lava beetles. Holy cow. That's a few. Excuse me, that is a few lava beetles. Recycling! You should really have improved at not having to dismount for herbs. Yeah. Yeah. How many do you have, Jack? I know what that means. How many do you have? How many lava beetles? Maybe have more than one stack, yeah! How many more than one? I usually use a like a bamboo frame for my stitching to keep everything nice and taut, but because I'm stitching right on the edge of the fabric, it doesn't it makes it really difficult to actually stitch all the available space. My druid has 4.5 stacks. Jesus! 40 points into botany. Yes! Oh, no, that's not the right hole. Grinding this, getting prof knowledge drops. I mean, at least you can grind them. Hmm. 61 over thing. Yeah, Dragonflight has, like, the profession system was entirely revamped. So you have, like, essentially, like, talents for professions. If you'd like to know more, Wowhead has about 71 million guides. There we go, got my hit this time.
I am but the darkness.
Another primal egg. To grind a couple stacks down, brilliant. Oh, dearie me. On to the next one. I kind of feel a bit silly for missing a spawn. Because I didn't get a hit on, but look, it happens. I'm not a water drinker either, you've probably already tried it. May I suggest cooled boiled water? And sissy loads of ice seems to change the taste too. We're all different as well. I can't do ice at the moment because my teeth are wicked sensitive because of the Invisalign. That's actually why I had to cut stream short last Wednesday, because my teeth were so sensitive I was in constant agony. So ice water is a really bad idea. So that's unfortunately not an option. But yeah, cooled boiled water doesn't seem to make much of a difference to me either, unfortunately. Cold does because that's a science thing. Cold taste buds can't taste as well. So the water still tastes like arse, but because it's cold, your taste buds can't detect it as much, which is why when you do like iced tea, you need to put twice as many tea bags in. Like the tea has to be twice as strong for you to be able to taste the same level of flavor. But yeah, unfortunately cold, like this is room temperature bottles of water, because even that triggers the sensitivity a bit. Unfortunately. So yeah, it's a bit of a fun one. In the past, cooled boiled water hasn't worked, but it might be worth giving it another try. Like, I know ice won't work, but like, hey, maybe the boiled water thing. And the last time I did it, I did not have the kettle I currently have. Because, you know, kettles get all scaly and all that kind of stuff, so maybe that affected it as well. This is by all means not a new kettle, but my old kettle broke a fair while ago, so this one that I have now is maybe about a year old. New. So maybe it'll make a difference. Give it another crack. This is meant to be also... I figured, it's okay. That's alright, Dodo. The old auto carrot strikes again, correct. And pouring a glass of water, leaving it out for a while before drinking it changes the taste sometimes too. This is me, it's a cool fact. Iced coffee must be really strong when it's room temperature then, yeah. It is. It is. Usually it's usually you gotta like double shot or triple shot. It's the general rule of thumb is twice, like double. So like if you're making ice blocks with cordial, you know, like you DIY popsicles or whatever, icy poles at home. When you make it with cordial, they never taste very good. They never taste quite as good. They always taste really watery, and it's because you got to double it. But of course, parents aren't usually happy to do that because sugar. But you got to double the quantity is a general rule of thumb. So like if you've got a jug of tea, like I've got jugs that are designed for making iced tea, and you know usually with like if you're making a cup of tea that's 250ml, you have a tea bag. So if I've got a 2 litre jug, that's 8 250ml, so that'll be 8 tea bags. But if I'm planning on icing it, it's 16 tea bags in a 2 litre jug. Gets through your tea real quick. If you're trying to get rid of it, make it up iced. But yeah, double. Like if you're planning on cooling something down, if it's room temperature, you should be fine. But if you're planning on icing something, serving it cold, chilled, you tend to want to double the amount of non-water ingredients.
Greetings. Go with honor.
Holy tea bags, Batman. I know, right? 16 tea bags. And usually when I'm making up those jugs, I was using loose leaf tea. So it's 16 teaspoons of fucking tea. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. But it does the job. It really does the job. And then the other thing is, like, if you're making it and you make it to twice the strength, and then you try it and you're like, oh, that is actually a touch too strong for me, you can always just water it down. You can always water it down. Remember though, if you are brewing tea, that to make it stronger, don't brew it for longer. It's the wrong way to do it. If you're brewing tea and you're trying to make it stronger, double your tea or increase the amount of tea. Do not brew it for longer. Only ever brew it for the amount that it says for the length of time at the temperature it says on the box. Because if you brew tea for too long, it starts releasing tannins, and tannins are what makes red wine kind of dry. It's also what used to tan leather, but taste-wise, it's the dryness in red wine is caused by tannins. So unless you want that for your tea, don't overbrew it. I'm quite averse to that flavor. I do not like it at all. So when it says 3 to 5 minutes, I set a timer for 3 minutes. And it's always great. And green tea should not be brewed at 100 degrees Celsius, of course. It's 80 degrees. If you brew it at 100, it'll burn the tea leaves and you'll get that bitter taste as well. It'll taste like arse or grass, technically. It tastes icky and gross. So if you're brewing green tea, if you're doing it in a cup and you don't want to fucking test the temperature of the water, what I tend to do is if I've got like a mug or like a teacup or whatever, I put 1 large or 2 small ice, like I've got an ice cube tray that makes ice cubes about this kind of size, but then I've also got one that makes like the little ones, the one that comes with the freezer. So they're small and the big chunky ones are larger ones. 1 large or 2 small ice cubes in the bottom of the cup. Then pour your boiling water over that to the level that you want your water. Wait for the ice to melt, then add your tea bag, your green tea bag. It's not perfect, obviously, and mileage may vary, but it gets you a hell of a lot closer to 80 degrees than 100 degrees is. And it'll make your green tea taste better. Go stronger, don't brew it longer. Correct. Because it will just end up tasting not fun. I mean, of course, unless you are after that bitter taste, in which case go nuts, but like, it is most certainly not for me. I dislike that flavor intensely. like tea. Not just bubble tea. I like tea in general too. It's not a way to triple multitask. Look, I'm going alright. How you going, Barry? Welcome back. Never had bubble tea. Does bubble tea have actual tea? It does. Well, it should. It absolutely should. Some bubble tea, when they make like milky ones specifically, like milk teas, instead of brewing tea and then adding like creamer and stuff to it, sometimes the creamer will have like dehydrated powdered like tea in it, so that when you add the water and dissolve the milk, it also dissolves the tea. But they do have tea. Yes. The Bubble Tea Club kits that I get, the DIY at-home kits, the fruit teas that have either green tea bags or black tea bags, depending on what you choose. And the milk teas, the like original milk tea has black tea bags, and all of the flavored teas have tea in the creamer, like powdered tea in the creamer. Yeah. Funky, hey. Bubble tea is delicious. If you are able to have it dietarily. You know, like, I mean, I know it is quite high sugar, so I know some diabetics aren't able to factor it in because it's just too much sugar and all that kind of stuff. But if it's something that you are able to ingest without adverse reactions, and you like sweet stuff, I'd definitely advise giving it a crack. Worst case, you don't like it, and you can not have it again. Hey, Zira. I'm cross-stitching. I'm, making little circles of, let me just stick that, there's the camera. It's like a, can I get it to do on the small camera? Not super well. It kind of washes it out with the lights is the issue I'm having here. But it's not just a grid, it's got, do you see there's a little bit more detail to it? Like a little funky pattern thing, and I'm just, oh, other direction, starting on a new one, because I've got buttons that I can wrap it around and then stick it on like a pin to wear it as a brooch or like as a necklace or a keychain or whatever. Something fun, keep my hands and my brain a little occupied, which is nice. Crafting for mental health. Yeah. If that wasn't a good enough image, I might take a photo and put it in Discord after stream. Because I know that the camera's not super great at... Because, like, the fabric's not white. The fabric is, like, tie-dyed purple and pink and yellow and stuff. You can kind of see that it's not quite one color there, but it's, like... Yeah, so it's really... Which is why I picked purple, because I thought the bright purple went really nicely with the colors in the background, but, I might take a photo and stick it in the Discord so you can see a bit better. Because, I'm quite happy with how it's turning out, honestly. She's a genius. Ah, look, I wouldn't go that far, personally. Wouldn't go that far, personally. A new flavor last week. Ooh, what'd you have? We have larger tea bags, so you don't have to use so many of the tiny bags. This Southern Sweet Tea is a different thing altogether. It is. But, like, it's still just, I'm pretty sure, tea with sugar added and possibly flavoring. But the bubble tea bags are huge as well. I did a comparison, and a bubble tea bag is essentially 6, like, Dilmah tea bags. They're big. They're chunky boys. So I would imagine that that like tea bags that are designed specifically for giant jugs of iced tea are going to be similar, like little pillows of dried leaf. Passion fruit tea, black with yogurt popping pearls, delicious. That sounds amazing. I do like the yogurt popping pearls. They're quite tasty. Adds a different like dimension. Hey, go sit for my face. Well done. Good job. Looks cool. Thank you. Cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Where's the? This is what the pattern is. Again, if it doesn't get washed the fuck out. Focus! Yeah, that's what the pattern is. It's just stitched rather than drawn. Yeah. It has been suggested that I actually take some time for my crafts, for mental health purposes, to lessen the strain and shit that's going on in my brain at the moment. And so I thought, yeah, why not? Give it a crack. See how we go. It's a giant earring, quite possibly. Quite possibly. They've got bails on the pin on the back. It's got like a pin that you can use as a brooch, but it's also got a bail, like a little loop on the top of that pin, so that you can kind of attach it to whatever you want to attach it to. I think they might be a touch heavy for earrings for some people. Like I know that some people's earlobes can take a lot more weight than others, but it may be too much for some. Could be a cute magnet too. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They are fabric, obviously, and there's no like encasing that goes over the top of the fabric, so you'd still be able to feel the texture and all that kind of stuff, but it also means that they would get dirty as well. If like, you know, if it's in the kitchen or something like that, it might get a bit gungy, but you know, once they're not mine anymore, it's you know, do whatever you want. Hey, like cross stitching and knitting looms, wonderful. Yeah, I've been cross stitching since I was like a kid. It's I haven't really had much time for it over the last like year or so, but I'm like, nah, I need to make time. I need to, yeah. Ask me about loom. What kind of enchant stats do we get if we put it on a necklace? That is a very good question. I don't know. I don't know. That's hilarious. Please tell me more. I need to get my scale back out. I liked it better when I could measure out 350 grams of sugar for a gallon of tea. Can you give a second hard on mount? Ah! Shuba, I'm so sorry, but also congratulations. Well done. It's enchanting. It's like a +3 to charisma. I mean, my main is an enchanter, so enchanting jewel crafting, although I would call this probably more tailoring than jewel crafting. Lafayette.
By the Sunwell.
Oh shit, Jack. Oh my god. Mercer, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. Much appreciated. I hope you're doing very well today. So the random stat enhancement. I understand it. Yeah, I'd say probably. Like each person as they receive them will probably need to like tell us what they ended up getting. Can she be extremely lucky and get 2 mounts in one run? I mean, you can. The question is, will you? Path, Fade, and Meaty, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. Well done. On we go. To the next battle. Oh dear. Place another Centurion. Need an inspiration boost. Oh dear. Well, this fabric, I was actually a part of a like mystery fabric of the month club from an Australian supplier, but they've stopped doing that. I think they had some supply issues, so instead of making people wait and stuff, they've just decided to like cut that off. But it does mean that I have some absolutely gorgeous fabrics sitting in a box waiting for me to create with them. This is one of them, like all pinks and purples and yellows, all tie-dyed, or like custom, like, yeah. Hand-dyed, there you go, hand-dyed. So each and every button will be different as well because of the fabric variation. And then I have some threads that are hand-dyed. So I can do them on like a plain white background, but the thread color will shift across the design of the button. So I think what I'll do, and this is all just spitballing, like who knows if this will happen or when this will happen or if I'll change my mind halfway along the way somewhere. But what I'm currently thinking is that I can get them made up and then like take a photo of them together in like smaller groups so I can get closer to them and then like label them like 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. And then like sell them at cost. This is not a profit-making exercise. This is a mental health exercise. But if I can get back the cost of materials, it means that I can buy more materials and keep crafting. And then like do another batch and then do another. So there's no guarantee on when this might happen. And then like, yeah, if there's a particular one you like the color of or the style of or something, then you can we can lock them away. Cost plus shipping, obviously. Otherwise maybe even further out of pocket. I was gonna do is 5% with an alchemy incense. Did have the night. No worries, Ori. Thanks for hanging out with us. Hope you're doing well. Hope you have a wonderful night. Ah, this is a tune that I didn't get to last time, maybe. Because it doesn't have the mount hunting. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't have the... Whoops. So we'll load that profile. Used to be able to make leatherworking jumps that don't work anymore. No. Profit-making exercises can help with your mental health. I mean, yes. I think what I might do is like, this is how much they cost. I can calculate shipping for you. If you want to chip in a tip, then you're welcome to. But I'm not gonna, like, do you know what I mean? I'm not gonna factor in like the hourly rate of how long it takes me to stitch them or anything like that. It's not like, I'm not gonna be paying myself a wage with these. It's just a, enough so that I can buy more shit to make more of them. Or to keep crafting. Maybe it's something different. Maybe once I've done a batch of buttons, I grab a few balls of wool and make scrunchies or something. I don't know. I've actually found a couple of really cute patterns for scrunchies. But yeah, also thank you. Thank you very much. But yeah, it's just to kind of, so I'm not out of pocket, so I can make the dosh back so that I can keep crafting. Because crafting is not cheap, hey? Especially when you're using like fancy pretty things. Like hand-dyed fabrics and all that kind of stuff. It's a thing. Making costume right now, I spent 300 info for alone, 4 hours of stuff. Yep. There was a time where making your own clothes was an exercise in money saving. When you can get a singlet for $3 from Kmart, that's no longer the case. Obviously, that's problematic for multiple reasons, but like it is not, even if you buy a good quality jacket that's, you know, ethically sourced or ethically made and all that kind of stuff from a reputable brand, it's still cheaper to buy it from them than to make it yourself. That cardigan that I made, mother of God. I remember calculating how much it cost me to make in like hours and wool and needles and all that, and then promptly forcing myself to forget because I was terrified. But the thing is, you're not just paying for the finished product, you're also paying for the experience. And that's the part that, like the experience of making something yourself and being able to say, hi, I made this. And that's not something that you can do when you buy something. I was a sheet for forever, went through a pure business psychology, something. Exactly. And you pay for that. You pay through the nose for that. Yeah. I definitely feel that. There's a crafting store in Melbourne that I dropped into when we were down there last year. Ah, my lord, I could spend thousands of dollars in that place. Thousands of dollars. They've got like whole massive ranges of like hand-dyed wools and fabrics and threads and just... I mean, they've also got your stock standard brands like DMC for embroidery thread and stuff like that, but my god. Some of those wools, I'm just like, I want you. I don't even know what I'd make with you, but I want you. Like, it's kind of terrible and bad. But if I can actually do a craft, if I can do crafting as part of my self-care stuff, and then make back the money I spend on shit by selling the finished products, then maybe, just maybe, I can afford to get pretty things. Oh no, oh no! Everything's everywhere. Went to 1-2. Morris and Sons. Ugh. Morris and Sons. It's the good shit. Like, even if I just grabbed like 3 or 4 balls of wool and made a big stack of scrunchies. Like, bought some elastic and knit a scrunchie and then several more and keep one for me and my hair and then flog off the rest at cost kind of thing. Yeah. I reckon it could be kind of nice. Is it what book's still for sale? Not at the moment, because I'm still figuring out other shit. I've got higher priorities to deal with. At some point, yes, but higher priorities. I still have your messages sitting there, and I will, when I am ready, when I am good and ready, I will come to you. But yeah, not at this point. I've got other far more pressing matters that I'm dealing with. Being ruthless with my to-do list. That is not a high priority for me right now. I just realized the purple of this thread pretty much matches the print on that bag almost exactly. Go me!
I am born of thunder. Can you feel the chill wind blow?
There's my hit. Perfect.
The darkness before
No, this one. Fucking snails and the worst they skip. You have range. You have ranged attacks. Auto attack once and it activates. Auto attack a second time and it falls to pieces. Oh no. I'm broke right now, I'll have you know. Pistol shot. 2 pistol shots. Unless the rogue is like 37, in which case, what the hell are you doing? Shit, they can one-shot you. Yeah, but they never even get close to you. I should also say, what I'm doing on these buttons is technically not cross-stitching. For anyone who's like really particular about like names of crafts and like how do you get cross-stitch to look like that, it's not cross-stitch. Technically what I am doing is called blackwork. Blackwork is one word and it's traditionally done with black thread. And it's kind of like little detailed, intricate designs that are used as area filler. So like if you have like an old whatever century jacket and the cuffs are folded back, so on the cuffs you'll have like black work on that kind of little detailed area. It's not usually that's something that's used en masse, but occasionally you'll find like an old Victorian dress or something that's like trimmed up the front and then it splits down the front, and in that triangle of the split the petticoat will be covered in black work as like if you're really fucking rich. That kind of stuff. But it's usually done with like one thread. I'm doing it with 2 because I wanted more texture and a bit more coverage. But I'm also doing it with purple because fuck you. But what I'm technically doing is black work, which is like a lot of intricate backstitching, basically. Rip no GQ for me. Next time. They're after you, Shiba, slowly but surely crawling their way to you as we speak. Could be embroidery, yeah. I mean, they're all, yeah, blackwork and cross-stitch are both different types of embroidery. Embroidery is basically decorating something with sewing. So yeah, both cross-stitch and blackwork are different styles of embroidery. Yeah. See, I need that 100%. Yep, I was testing you. Sure. Look, it's like any hobby. There's so much jargon and so many like little individual technical terms. It is totally okay. Like, a lot of people think of embroidery as one particular style or one particular thing, when it's a pretty general term. It's rather widely encompassing. Like for me, like the embroidery that I do is just cross-stitching. Like that's what I've always done. I've tried long stitch and I don't really like it very much. I've tried another couple, like a few other little types of, and nothing really appealed to me as much as the structure of cross stitch. The fact that it's gridded, the fact that it, like, you know what I mean? It's that kind of thing. Like even blackwork, which is what I'm doing now, I drew the designs in a bullet journal, like in a notebook that's designed for bullet journaling. That's where I sketched it out first because it's all gridded. So I can, you know, say this is where the holes in the Ada are going to be, and kind of go from there. But yeah, it's, embroidery is a rather wide-ranging term, which is cool. Is it to embroid or embroider, or can it be both? Always heard it as embroider. Honestly, I'm not sure. It may depend on, like localization, you know, dialects and things like that. I imagine, like, to me, embroider makes more sense. To embroid kind of sounds like someone who... It sounds like someone trying to be fancy. You know, like it doesn't quite sound like it's correct. But again, that might just be because of who I've learned from. I've also heard of embroidery as an embellishment. Like, it's, you know, embroidery on clothing, it's an embellishment, and so to embellish with embroidery, that kind of thing. So it's, words are fun, hey? Sometimes. Sometimes words are shit. Yeah, because I've always done cross-stitch. It's just been, you know, I cross-stitched this. So it's not cross-stitchery or anything, like it's just, I stitched, or yeah. I can only have 2 embroideries then. Why is that, Jack? Doo-dum, 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 doo-dum. We've got about a minute and a half until Nalak's window opens. Afternoon, Jazz. It's an embellishment. Lord. Lord, help us all. It's not about me letting you do shit, Psycho. I've been tagging them and then standing back, so like I'm not, it's not me letting anyone do anything. I'm not in control of this. When it comes to world bosses, I tend to just hit them once unless I'm the only person there. Nice relaxing wow sounds, basically. I'm just passing the time until world bosses spawn. Basically. Been talking about a lot of stuff which has been fantastic and lovely and wonderful. And yeah, just having some chill times. Too often I have trouble with it. Well, fair enough, but yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. Like, there are plenty of other people here, and if they want to go nuts, then that's their prerogative. Yeah, I can't help with that, unfortunately. As I can pretend this is a crafty crafty stream I've been dying for since the last time you did a dedicated stream. Brilliant. Enjoy. Yeah, crafting streams just don't do well. Not unless you're like a dedicated crafty streamer. Yeah. Unfortunate but true. Use of your time? I like to think so. I like to think so.
I am born of thunder. Can you feel chill wind blow?
Yep, I didn't get a tag. Where the fuck? Oh, there it is. God damn it. Oh well, wait for the next one. Back to work again tomorrow. Back to the day job. It's so weird, especially when you're panicking to find your throwable. Oh, it's not so much panicking or anything like that. It's just because he spawns so high up. And I'm hitting my macro to cycle through it, but it must have skipped over the range bit, and that's fine. It is what it is. I've kind of learned that it's no longer a panic. It's just kind of... If I hit it, great. If I don't, I'll just wait for the next one. I'm not going to be angry about it or anything, because it's a waste of energy. It's going to respawn. Like, fuck. Not that big a deal. And the respawn timer actually zooms by really quickly. Especially when you're hanging out with awesome people. Sure, God, 99 attempts for G-Code. See, I told you to be the next one. You know we've all got lucky ones and unlucky ones, eh? It's okay. I think I'm already out unlucky for the garrison bosses. The garrison mounts, so there's 4 garrison mounts I think, and I've only got 2 of them. So that's gonna be a fun one. Once we make it that far. I dropped exactly 200. Maybe you couldn't be exactly 100. I mean, absolutely. That's a thing. There's quite the list still here, hey? Problem is, some of these are like ridiculously long spawn times. Especially some of the Shadowlands ones are just impossible to camp. Like Fallen Charges Reigns, you could sit there for an entire 12-hour stream and it wouldn't pop. If you'd have fun Rockmar, if it's tempted to change, maybe happy you get just as lucky. I mean, maybe. Maybe. What is that? Rarity. That's rarity. Thank you, Sam. So on the bottom of that tooltip there, it says rarity has 1 coordinate for this item. Rarity, Zygor, ATT, staple add-ons of the stream, indeed. Indeed. And Tomcats, at the very least, for Lovers in the Air. Not sponsored, no, definitely not sponsored. Be nice, wouldn't it? Maybe one day. Just left me. He must be going to make dinner then. It's alright. We're always here, Aaron. Foods. Yes. We're having steak, I believe. He's all about himself. Yeah. That's hilarious. Wife is busy, audit period, yeah.
You
Yep.
are not prepared.
Speak of the devil and he will appear. At least, you know, some people claim that little black cats are of the devil. Hello, Tom. Welcome back. How are you going? Uh-oh. If I just got back from outdoor survival course, he's half dead in bed. You two are all I got left. Well, I will be here for you, Aaron. I will be here for you. What did I miss? We were just having a conversation because, who is the person? I don't want to get this wrong. Scroll. Oxy came in and asked what add-on this was that I was hovering over while waiting for Nalak to spawn. And I said it's Rarity. And then Sheba said Rarity, ATT, and Zygor are all staple add-ons of the stream. And I said, and during February, Tomcats Tours joins our list because, oh my lord, your Lovers in the Air, like, I mean, your add-on in general is amazing. But specifically the Lovers in the Air section, the number of times you personally have saved my butt from getting a deserter debuff from queuing for the wrong bloody dungeon. Countless. Utterly countless. So yeah, it's like, it's a must-have add-on for Lovers in the Air if you're Heartbreaker farming. Tomcats Tours is a must-have add-on. Make sure you send steak pics, making me feel bad. Don't! You'll be fine. You're making sustenance, Jas. It's important. Oh dear. So yeah, we were talking about you and your magnificent add-on, Tom. Do 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 do. bad about me. Oh dear. Nope, it's alright. We're good, we're fine, everything's fine. I'm actually in Nalak's spawn window anyway. I've got a minute to go still. Da-da-da-bum. Hang on a second. Cool. Alright. Neke, Afun, Fade, and Zam. Congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. Well done. What does it look like when... Do you get a pop-up that tells you you have bonus shit on your end? Or do you only see it on the stream? It says on the reward screen that you got bonus shit. Ah, nice. Okay. I mean, I'm sure it doesn't say that specifically, but yeah. Cool. Good, I gotcha. Because I was like, you got there real quick. I was wondering if it must tell you separately, like before, because I know with the delay on my end. Yeah. It should say bonus shit in the game. I mean, it should, but like, I can understand why it doesn't. Who's excited to start doing garrison mounts? I can only imagine a few of you need those as well. And it is technically group content. With the scaling of the NPCs, you can't just AFK for platinum anymore either, which is kind of upsetting. Where is Nalak? Storm!
am born of thunder. Can you feel I am but
What?
darkness
I hit it that time.
in the storm?
Oh, Jesus Christ. What the hell happened there? Whatever it hit with mustn't have actually done any damage. Alright. Sweet. Oh well. Spawning and see myself out. So come out, look, yeah, I clearly didn't hit it. It got one shot by one of the other people here. By the looks of it. Yeah, it got one shot. I'm not sure why Nalak doesn't have that same buffer period that Undasta and Shah have. Where, like, you can't one-shot it for, like, 10 seconds, or not even 10 seconds, it's almost like 5 seconds where everyone gets a chance to get a hit in. It's odd that Nalak doesn't get that same buffer period, but that's fine. Look, it is what it is. We just have to play the game the way that it's built. Sometimes. That's okay. Oh well. Game's messing with you on purpose because it knows you're getting them out. I mean, I will get them out eventually. It cannot stop me. It cannot stop me. Judgment Vision Shield do not hit until they visually impact. Well, yeah, but it hit and bounced back. That was the thing. But I think it hit after the other one had one shot. That, like, it literally was one shot. The first thing that hit it killed it, which means that anything visually impacting it afterwards didn't do any damage, which kind of sucks. But that is what it is, and that's okay. Oh well. Who was intended the fact you're so high up, but then again, there's so many range classes. Well, not only that, but there are so many classes that can't hit it up that high. Like, there are some classes that don't have a ranged. I mean, they have a ranged ability, but it's designed to be used as a boss is moving to a different area or something like that, which means that they already have, like, Blood Decay. Death Coil. You need runic power. You can't generate runic power, just, you know what I mean? Like, it's, yeah. I don't think that's meant to be a buffer. I think they just overlooked it. But that's fine. It's pretty long. I have my tunes. As most are lower level. Lower level shouldn't have anything to do with it, Psycho. You can hit it with 1 damage and you'll still get it done. And your range doesn't increase as you get higher level. I mean, some range classes do have a talent or something they can take that extends their range, but usually those are ranged classes already, and Nalak is not, like, so high up that standard range abilities won't hit it. It's just that some tunes have a bit of difficulty with that. I mean, Nalak's hitbox is fucking huge. As soon as he starts descending, you can pretty much melee. The problem is, if something literally one-shots him, he doesn't have a chance to descend. But that's the first time I've seen that happen. Last time I fucked up. I didn't hit the right button. But that time, that was a one-shot, but that's the first time I've seen it happen. It's okay. It is what it is. We wait till the next spawn. It's not that big a deal. Time for is pretty long. The teleports. Hey Hanky, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. I think they should implement so that no attack can take more than 10% of a world boss initial HP. That won't help. That won't help, because when you've got 30, 40 people sitting at a world boss and 10 people take 10% health, what about the other 30 people? That's not so with Shah and with Undasta and stuff like that, the first couple of seconds when they spawn, any attacks done do damage as though you were attacking something at your same level. And then a couple seconds after, it then scales properly so that you can smash the hell out of it and overkill it instantly. Nalak doesn't have that buffer. That's what we were talking about earlier. Doing 10% would fuck over a lot of people. That's not the solution here. The solution is to implement the same buffer on Nalak as Shah and Uni have. But regardless, it's fine. Like, it's fine. There's already less than 4 minutes left on the respawn window. Descaress, best for range tags to DK. Usually what's get me is hitbox nudging. A little behind me, getting tucked, must be in front of you. Yeah. Yeah, which is why I was standing like all the way back here before, because the first time, I hit the wrong button, and when I managed to hit the right one, it said target is behind you. And then this time, he just happened to get one shot. Yeah. Group up. Doesn't usually help anyway, you still need to tag it, usually. Implement 10 seconds, no legacy damage. It already has that, but for like 4 or 5 seconds on other world bosses. It's only Nalak so far that I found that doesn't have that. Undasta has it, Shah has it. I don't know about Galleon because I haven't killed Galleon in a very long time. But Shah and Uni both have that already. It's just not 10 seconds, because 10 seconds is a really fucking long time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like, if you haven't hit it in that first 5 second window, 4 to 5 second window, like, are you at your keyboard? That's kind of the, yeah. So, the issue already has a solution. It's just that the solution hasn't been applied to this particular boss. That's all. It's the only problem is they haven't applied it to all of the bosses. The solution already exists. We don't need to find a new one. I think they should put that on all world bosses, tag timer, so that all there can tag it, even though they should be dead from damage. That's the buffer we've been talking about, yeah. That's exactly... putting it on all world bosses would probably help. Current world bosses don't really need it, but anything, yeah. Legacy bosses probably should have it, yes. I can live with 10 seconds when waiting for a world boss for an hour. You shouldn't be waiting for any world boss for an hour. They're all on 10, 15, 20 minute respawns. Galleon also has a buffer time. Perfect. There you go. So Nalak is the only one that doesn't have the buffer. I'd say, like... I don't know. I think it's probably just an oversight, but... You know, it is what it is. Shah also has a tell way in advance when he's about to spawn. Correct. Correct. And Galleon and Undasta are both on set timers. They don't have a spawn window. They have a spawn timer. It's at, like, precisely on the 15-minute mark. So, as long as you have either a clock nearby that you can kind of time it, or you have something like world boss timers. It tells you, like it will play a sound 5 seconds before it's going to spawn. But Nalark has a spawn window. And it's just the voice line when he pops up in the sky. Look, it's alright. Eventually I'll get them out. Like, none of this is gonna stop me. Oh no, I missed a kill. How many times did that happen with Undasta with hunters trying to tame it? Like, I will survive. Hey, hey. We are officially in the spawn window now, so fingers crossed. See you soon. Should get a lot of sewing done while waiting. Well, hopefully not too much. Hopefully not too much. But I'm certainly enjoying myself. Hope you guys are too, even if there's not a whole lot happening in game. Mana's gonna drop, correct. And then I'll be on to Galleon. After having set all those Hearthstones. That's how you do it. You're like, okay, I better set up for the long haul, and the game's like, ha ha ha.
Let me confer with my sources. No.
That's not very nice of you, Sam. Not very nice of you at all. Oh dear. It's a beautiful, beautiful sound clip, isn't it? Instead of like 6 tunes at a time on farms, any more than that I start getting bored doing something specific. That's fair. I mean, hi, hello, I'm embroidering. But I also have you guys to keep me company. That's the other thing. Doing this for 6 hours straight absolutely would bore the shit out of me. I'd need, you know, like Netflix going and a craft or something that I'm working on. But because I've got you guys to chat to, it makes things a little easier. A little less tedious. Pretty awesome. You are. You are. almost halfway through the spawn window. I first came in, I thought you were crying. No. There's rain in-game, but, no. Can also watch some streams too. For example, there's an amazing streamer called Fiamma. I think you'd like her content. Really? There we go. A lockbox inside the good. Brilliant. Brilliant. Welcome on in, personal. Hope you're doing well today. Wasn't that like 2 or 3 weeks ago? Okay, it was down. Oh! Oh, yeah, no, just looking at the things so I don't stab myself. It was weeks ago. Ah, yeah, gotcha. Interesting. Yeah, shit can happen to anybody. Live under a rock. I think it was, I think Jas told me, and I think he found it on the, like, Reddit front page. So, yeah, look. The internet, man, it's... Internet gives you all the information. Super quick. No. Without getting too personal with him and all that kind of stuff, because, I mean, I don't know him, but I hope that, you know, he's okay, and his family's okay, and all the shit, come what may, is something that is dealable. Yeah. I mean, that's basically, you know, the same you'd hope for pretty much anyone in that situation, hey? Anyone that you don't actually know. Yeah. How's Fordside doing this year? I don't know. I don't know. I don't really partake in much, like, faction-based stuff. So I'm not really sure how to answer that, to be honest. I don't PvP, and I don't do, like, that kind of stuff. And I mean, yeah, we haven't really had much storyline or anything that's faction-specific so far, so I'm not really sure how to answer. About switching sides. Fair. Fair. Well, I mean, like, most stuff in the game can be done cross-faction now. Like, vast majority of activities can be done cross-faction, so... Oh, excuse me. It is starting to matter. I mean, it pretty much almost doesn't matter at all. Again, almost doesn't matter at all which server you choose. The faction you pick is starting to become less of a thing as well, unless you're at, like, you know, the top 1 to 5% competitively in your chosen activity. But even then it has to be raiding or like PvP. Even Mythic Plus you can do cross-faction, so it's it's just, you know, pick the prettiest one, pick the one you like the look of the best. What do you like most in WoW? It's a really good question. It definitely depends on the day. Like, it changes day to day, like what I've got the itch for. But most of the time, it's probably going to be something related to collecting. So be it mount farming or pet hunting or transmog or toys or like completionist stuff, you know, to get all the things and tick off all the boxes and stuff. Most of the time, it's going to be something to do with completionism. But it does vary day to day. Hope that's a good enough answer. What's your favorite part of the game?
Strength and honor. May your blades never dull.
Dev is pretty faction agnostic so far. So far, yeah. Obviously, you know, no one can tell the future. I don't see them doing much faction-specific stuff in this X-Pack. No! But I mean, you know, we can always be wrong. So yay, thank you. Yay! Thank you. I have steak and bubble tea and I am happy. Betrayal. Alliance running with ruins amazing for me a biased view. I don't know what that means. Where's the Jess? The Demon Hunters wish they would have done more with them. I mean, they did a whole ass expansion based around their entire life purpose. What do you mean by more with them? Man delivers food. That's it. That's it. Gosh, as I feel like I should not make friends in game, mostly farm and collect stuff at the moment. Yeah, I mean, that's... I most of the time, not always, but most of the time end up playing WoW as a single player game. Because there's so much that I can do just by myself. I do raid with a guild who's not, that I'm not in, and stuff like that, but for the vast majority of the time, yeah, I'm doing content that can be soloed. More optimizations. Do you mean customizations, or are you talking about like talenty type? Like about to switch the demon souls? Oh, like make them more complicated. Unfortunately, like, although there are people who play the game at like super duper duper high levels, not everyone does, and every single class has to be accessible at a base level. So if you make them too complicated, it puts off, especially like if you have a brand new player who's never played the game before, jumping in, they choose Demon Hunter, and it's like, what the fuck is this? They're not going to try something different. They're just going to stop playing because their base assumption is going to be that the rest of the game is just as complicated, and that they don't have time for this, they don't have the brain power for this, they wanted something fun and relaxing, whatever, and so they just leave, and that's not great for Blizzard to make money with. And you can't really go down the path like doing it with a trinket or something, because then it's like a trinket that can only be used by one specific class, and that's not super good in terms of loot table configuration. Doing it as a cosmetic thing, sure. But as like a combat, choose to make your power different as a player type deal, I can just see it becoming too complex for first-time players. With where I am in terms of streaming and being on the Battle.net launcher and stuff like that, we get a lot of brand new players that come through. So I do, although I've been playing for a while, we do get the perspective of fresh players super, super often. And so look, like I find it really easy to look at it from that perspective, but I completely understand that a lot of players who do have a more complex knowledge of the game might forget that a whole lot of that knowledge came over time, and that it wasn't just like super easy to pick up all the time. Sometimes it is, depends on how your brain works, of course. But yeah, it's a tricky balance. Making your game easy to play but difficult to master, it takes a hell of a lot of skill, I reckon. Perfect. Deep stick. Yes. The spawn window's just opened for Nalak, but, yeah, look. Hey, Agort, welcome back. You're doing well today. I hope you can say the same. Should make 2 versions of her easy and in-depth version. That costs money to develop. Man hours to keep rolling and all that kind of stuff. I mean, your in-depth version is literally actually build your own talents rather than using Blizzard's inbuilt default loadout. Like, you know, it's those kind of things that make it different, make the difference between easy and in-depth. Equip gear because the eye level is higher versus equip gear that has the right itemization and shit like that. Like, you can... Easy to play, difficult to master. You can just like go with it, or you can make it more complicated and potentially perform better. Potentially perform worse, but that's your call. That's where that individual skill level comes in. Mana, Sand, Aelin, and Path, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship, well done. Boss defeated! Perfect. I tried theory crafting once for a minute or two. I used to, way back in the days of Wrath of the Lich King. I used to, but I was also in uni at that point, and like early uni. So it was like, I had time. Nowadays there are so many people out there who can just do it so much better than I can. And I have other things that I would prefer to do at that time, so I rely on their knowledge, and I'm grateful for it. Hardcore players that would be catered to are a small minority. They wouldn't put man hours into keeping up 2 different versions of the exact same class. Look, it's... Those kind of things are already in the game. We just don't see it like that because we just kind of take it for granted that they exist, I think. Blizzard already has enough maintaining the 36 specs in-game. Yeah. I can't imagine adding a harder version of them all. Sure, I'd love to try something like that though. Oh, for sure. It would be a really funky idea to kind of play with as like a... What do they call it? Like headcanon? Like the way things could be in my head kind of thing. But, it's not realistic to do, but there are avenues that they could definitely explore. And it would be very funky. Like, you know, mages, warlocks, elemental shamans crafting their own spells and you know, like studying stuff and learning new bits and pieces that they can put together to make their own spells that they can then potentially go to teach others or, you know, that kind of stuff. But melee classes adjusting their swords balance so that they hit harder but slower, or they, like, you know, pole arms versus daggers kind of thing. They hit harder but slower, or they hit bigger, no, faster but less damage, that kind of stuff. Like, it could be really, really cool, the amount of detail that they could put into the game and really, like, make your character super duper unique. But the game would also be unbalanced as fuck. When you have like players creating their own shit from scratch, and then the developers are like, like it has to be programmed into the game somewhere, right? But yeah, it's fun to think about though. Min-maxing every level. Demon Hunter's a bunch, plenty to optimize right now. DF added a bunch of complexity to the rotation. Punch versus punch harder. it's the kind of thing like your punches will hit harder if you spend 2 hours a week punching this target dummy to maintain your muscle mass. It could be done. Everyone would fucking hate it, but it could be done. That caused sheep blast. Yep. That's it. I mean, I can have mass polymorph. Describe sounds like this anime I've seen. Yeah, look, honestly, everything sounds like an anime. Like, there are so many niche anime out there that, like, anything in the realm of fantasy resembles this one random anime that no one's ever heard of kind of thing. Kind of cool, but, more powerful if you practice. But it doesn't give you a permanent buff though. You gotta go back and do it. Like, what do doctors say about exercise? Like 30 minutes a day? 3.5 hours a week. Smacking this target dummy, or else your damage won't be as high. Because that's the thing, people won't say it as people wouldn't see it as I put in extra effort so I do more. It's if I don't if I don't do this mandatory thing. No, it's optional. But you'll do a little bit less damage if you don't do it. Well, I have to do it then, don't I? Yeah. Look, as long as the boss dies. As long as the boss dies. So sheep blasting sheep at people. Yeah, look, no. Best you can have is mass polymorph. Vanilla had weapon skill, unarmed, etc. It did. Correct. So did BC, and I think Legion as well. No, not Legion, fucking Wrath. What look? Why did I say Legion? I think I must have been focusing on the L. Anyway, but yeah, it was removed fairly late, in terms of like the early game. Because there are achievements for it and shit. Similar to crafting now, the more you make one item, the better you make it. Yeah. I guess called I didn't want to get hurt, so I maxed out my defense. Shah dying in the background. Beautiful. Abilities and powers have levels now. Yeah, well they did, but you gained them as you leveled, not as you practiced. You're basically talking about per skill Azerite power, lol. They could do a lot of different things. I think a lot of them would turn out being fairly shit from an actual playstyle perspective though. Note that I said a lot of them and not all of them. A lot of them would turn out to be shit from a playstyle perspective. Quick topic change, what's your favorite anime? I don't know. I don't watch a lot of anime. I'm not against it or anything like that, I just haven't watched a lot of it. I would like to rewatch Neon Genesis Evangelion now that all of the extra bits have been released with like the alternate ending. Because I remember when I first watched it through, it finished and I was in bed watching on my laptop many moons ago, and like it finished and it's like fade to black and I was like, what the fuck was that? And then I watched, I think it was like only 1.0 had been released at that point. And so I watched that, but it was still kind of just like, okay. So now that the lot of it has been, like, now that it's been done, I would like to rewatch it, like the whole lot, start to finish. But I don't have, Is it on Crunchyroll in Australia? I don't know. I'd have to figure out which fucking platform it's on. I like Death Note. And L, like the spin-off, what's it? L Save the World, I think it ended up being called, like the tagline. Death Note was a lot of fun. Especially the beginning. The beginning of Death Note was just like a lot of fun, when he's still like, what the fuck is going on? There's... What is the one I always bring up, you guys, with the camera, and then I forget it every time? Every time. I'm gonna Google it again because I've fucking forgotten it. We had this conversation not 3 weeks ago. Anime camera gun. Speedgrapher, there we go. Speedgrapher was good. I enjoyed that. Anime camera gun is a really good description of Speedgrapher. What else have I... Hellsing was alright. I don't really remember much of it. I tend to, like... My memory is really bad. To be very, like... If you learn one thing about me today, it's that my memory is terrible. So, like, I can remember that I have watched something, and I might be able to remember a big major plot point or two. But I would, like, if you go, oh, that scene with the thing with the stuff, I cannot tell you. I cannot remember. I can't get down into those details. When I, like, it's like when I was rewatching House for the 7 millionth time. Not an anime, House with Hugh Laurie, yeah. And I won't remember, I know the general gist of House, and I know some of the major overarching plot points. But I'm like, I don't remember what happens in this episode. And then I will see the first 5 seconds of the intro and go, oh, that's right, it's this disease and this happens and blah, blah, blah. Because it's like, I've got the memories in there somewhere, but I need to rebuild that connection to unlock them again. It's fucking weird and I don't like it, but that's what my brain does, and I can't really do much about that. So, I remember enjoying Hellsing at the time, but I don't really remember much about it. Like, at all, like, many of the plot points at all, which tends to mean it didn't really imprint on me super well. But yeah. I don't watch a ton of anime, though, and I haven't in a really long time. I used to date a guy who was, like, very much into anime, and so, like, all we watched together was, like, a lot of anime, and so I consumed a fair bit at that point, but not... And, you know, occasionally here and there. Oh, and Sailor Moon. How can I fucking forget? Jesus Christ. I've got like 300 episodes of Sailor Moon somewhere on a hard drive. Fuck. I have a Sailor Moon costume in the other room that I wore in fucking high school. But beyond that, yeah, not a whole lot of consumption of the media. Yeah. I also don't have a whole lot of time to watch stuff these days, especially stuff that's like really intricate and beautifully done and interesting and plot heavy. If I watch anything these days, it's on the second screen while I'm working on something or while I'm doing housework or something like that. I very rarely have time to sit down and consume media these days before people start launching into these amazing recommendations that I have no doubt rock. But I'm very time poor. Very time poor. Ah, Full Metal Alchemist! How the fuck can I forget FMA? Jesus. I cannot find... I can find Brotherhood everywhere. Jas hasn't seen FMA. And I wanted to show him, and I cannot find... Every like, I type in, you know, FMA stream... Well, not FMA, Full Metal Alchemist streaming Australia. We have Full Metal Alchemist. That's the live fucking action. We have Full Metal Alchemist. That's Brotherhood. It's like, fuck, just give me the original one. Because you need, like, original and then Brotherhood. Like, it's, come on. I don't care which one you think is better. I genuinely couldn't care any less than I do. It's about, like, if you're being introduced to that media for the first time, Brotherhood... For me, I watched FMA and then I watched Brotherhood, and because, like, the first couple of episodes of Brotherhood was the entirety of the first one condensed down to kind of, like, summarize it, I felt like I had a better understanding of what was going on because I had the gaps filled by watching the original one, for me personally. So that's kind of, if I'm going to introduce Jazz to it, that is how I would prefer to do it. But if all I have access to is fucking Brotherhood... Fear ants. Pokemon! I haven't actually watched much Pokemon. I've played a fuckload of it, but I haven't watched much. I wasn't allowed to watch TV before school when I was a kid. For context, I'm about to turn 33. So, 33 in Feb. I'm 32 at the moment. So I'm in that age bracket where when I was going to school, it was absolutely first season was on TV in the morning. Fucking cheese TV. And I never watched it because I wasn't allowed TV before school because I wouldn't get ready for school. Tokyo Ghoul's not a bad one either. I remember that. It's on Netflix. I watched it all a couple months ago. Is it? The whole lot of it? Wait, hang on. What country though, Wad? Are you Australia? Because Netflix is regional. I can never remember where any... Again, the memory problems? Welcome. Hello. Neon Genesis. So it fucking is. Well, okay, so it has Neon Genesis Evangelion, 26 episodes, so that's the original run, right? With Congratulations as the last... Oh, it's got the other names on it, right. There's my head. Then it's got End of Evangelion and then Evangelion Death True, but that's not all of it. There's more than that. I was reading it up the other day because I saw that it was, the new thing was released. Yeah, so there's Death and Rebirth and then the End of Evangelion. So is Death True? Why the fuck does it have an asterisk? Oh no, it's not. It's squared. Never mind. True squared. But then they've got the Rebuild. You are not alone. You cannot advance. You cannot redo. And then Thrice Upon a Time. That's the shit I want to see because that's the stuff I haven't seen. I've seen 1.0. I've seen the original series, the Death, Rebirth, and End, and then I've seen You Are Not Alone, but I haven't seen Advance, Redo, or Thrice. And that doesn't look like that's on Netflix unless it's under a different name.
Hi, the Sunwell.
Panda! Thank you so much for the resub. I'm getting distracted. I need to log into the next one. Thank you very much for the resub. 8 months, my god. Excuse me. I hope you're doing well. It's not working today, that's okay. My fingers rarely work. Luckily, I get to speak, but then again, sometimes speaking doesn't work either. I never got into anime, haven't watched it in many, many, many years. Totally fair. I'm like that too. You can tell you how many times I thought I found a new movie to watch. It's like, wait a second, I've seen this. I've seen this. Yeah, all the Evangelion movies on Amazon Prime. Okay. So maybe between Netflix and Prime, I can stitch together the whole series. Again, is that Australia though? Prime Video. Don't need to try for free. Let me log in, please and thank you. I started with Loveless Anime. Interesting. Something for the win. I know, right? I know. I went to it was like a Heroes and Villains birthday party that I went to, and I dressed up as Sailor Moon. And my high school boyfriend, oh my god, he rocked up dressed as a tuxedo mask. And when I tell you I collapsed in a heap, like, dude. Look, we know it's problematic. We don't care. Oh, it was beautiful. Just the Isle of Thunder. Okay. Okay. Oh, maybe I've gotten to tunes that can't get there yet. Neon Genesis Evangelion. Nope. It's got the same 2 movies that are on Netflix, and they are rent or buy. They are not included in the fucking Prime Video sub, so I'm not doing that. So it's not available in Australia. Thank you anyway, Tony. What jazz? I know. Yep, that just happened. Bro, I haven't even heard of FMA until a year ago. Group chat, I brought up the dog thing. Yeah, you, look. It's heartbreaking. Do not look 32, good job. Okay, I have really fucking oily skin, and oily skin takes a little bit longer to wrinkle than dry skin does. I have a video camera it's literally a webcam, not a DSLR, so you cannot see all the tiny little details that are on my face. Also, I'm wearing makeup. You cannot judge the way a person looks by their stream unless they have very, very specific setups. Just putting it out there. Also, I'm a terrible judge of age anyway, because both of my parents have incredibly oily skin, which is where I got it from. Thanks, genetics! So my mother was mistaken for my sister well into, like, my late teens. And my father was mistaken for my boyfriend at one point. That was fun. He thought it was hilarious. I did not. Right, is that pirating, personal? If so, we don't do that. On Prime, the rebuild movies. Yes, Australia. Nope, I just googled Neon Genesis Evangelion. I just searched it up on Prime, and it told me I had to pay extra, and it wasn't even the right movies. So, is there any mouse day? Not yet, Panda. Not yet, but we are grinding away at Nalak. Grinding away. Is Australia the greatest country in the world? I don't know. I guess it would depend on how you measure greatest. I think every country has pros and cons. Depending on your personal circumstances, some of the pros or cons might be more glaring than others. But I'm not sure there is a best country. Unless, of course, you're looking at, best country for this highly specific statistic. Okay, so I'm up to the ones that I haven't done the intro quest for, which means I can't hearth on these ones either. Oh well. See VPN to watch stuff we can't get in Australia. Yeah, but that's often breaking the terms of service of certain streaming platforms, and I wouldn't recommend doing that unless you want to lose your account. Yeah, we have link protection here, personal, so that's come through as asterisks. Yeah, thank you, Zam. Free watch, just make an account, or don't use an account to keep track of the animes I watch. So if it's free watch, that means it's pirated. It means that somebody has made a rip of it and then has uploaded it for free for people to use, which means that when you consume the media, the people who actually put in the blood, sweat, and tears and created that art for you to consume aren't getting paid for it. It's pirating. Unless they have licensed it to that website, which they probably haven't if you're not paying for it, then it's pirating. That's what that is. Most South Pole explorers. Ooh, God, I have no idea. Who is in the lead for that? Who's in the lead for sending folk to Antarctica? That's a bloody good question. They play commercials. Ah, better then. Okay. Yeah, if you couldn't tell, I'm very passionate about people being paid their worth. You know, artists don't try to, like, get art for free unless they're offering it as a giveaway or something like that, and all that kind of shit. It's just like, let's pay people what they're worth. No, now I'm looking at things on Netflix and I really don't want to. Good. Let me just tap Evangelion. Change search results. Interesting. Oh, so it does. Oh, because they're not called Neon Genesis. That's why. It's not weird search results, it's just that's not the title of the what's it. And those ones are included. Perfect. Alright. They have named them weird though. Like 1.11, you are not alone. I thought it was just 1.0, you are not alone. Unless it's been remastered or something. Well, that's good. Shit. Fuck. More to add to the watch list. God damn it. I don't have time. Hello, Di. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well today. But I am curious to see, like, after the backlash that was the response to the original ending, I'm really interested to see, like, where it goes. But I am absolutely not paying to watch those movies on Prime. The moment Prime wants me to pay extra to watch something, it's like, no, piss off. No. Piss off. Good? Good to hear. Wonderful news. Glad to hear you guys are going well. Yeah, you know what? DVD affiliated third parties. Right, so that is what they do to avoid being sued and issued with the MCA requests. Means it's pirated. What that's saying is, hey, owners of this anime that you're currently on the website for, if you send me a DMCA takedown request, I cannot action it because we don't store it on our servers. Not our fault, soz. That's what that means. It's pirated. Yeah. Sorry to, like, burst the bubble, but yeah, that's, Yup. Same thing that, like, Pirate Bay and stuff does. You know, we are a source for finding torrent files. We are not actually a source of the files themselves. We do not store them. Also, we're not in your country, suck it. Is basically how they responded. Which also means that the commercials you're watching aren't going to support the creators. It's going to pay for like server hosting fees and stuff like that. And or maybe profit. They might be profiting off other people's work by letting others host it. Bad luck. Even worse then. No one's getting paid for anything. It's still pirating. Yeah. Pirating was a super enormous thing. Specifically in Australia, I want to say in the early 2000s, but I'm not sure of the exact time frame. But basically, the problem was in Australia, because of the way regional licensing works and stuff like that, in Australia, there was a period of time where it was really difficult to watch anything legitimately. Like, if you wanted to buy the DVD, you couldn't because no one in Australia had stocked it yet because there were no supply, like there was no licensing for a company to sell it in Australia, so no one could. There was no online streaming service for it because we didn't have any online streaming services that had been made available in Australia because none of their licensing deals included Australia as part of the contract. So like there was all this, there was it Game of Thrones or there was a particular movie or TV show that there was literally not a single way to consume that media in Australia without pirating or using a VPN, which really didn't exist so much back then. So like we couldn't do it any other way. If we wanted to watch it, we had to pirate it. And I'm pretty sure that if like that particular show or movie or whatever the hell, I can't for the life of me remember what it was, but that specific thing triggered a whole massive reaction in the industry. It was like, shit, Australia is a market. Fuck. How do we make money off them? Quick, now, they actually want it. Quick, get them the product. And then all of a sudden you started having stuff being, becoming available here because they realized we wanted it. Like they didn't even think that we wanted to consume their shit before then or something because they're idiots, but still. So it was like, it was a real problem. But now, of course, now that we've got all of these overseas, like Netflix and stuff that have brought their offering to Australia, and now you've got 9, 10, all of these, like Foxtel, they all have their own streaming services now as well. So we've got local offerings, we've got international offerings, we've got a bunch of other ways to get shit. It just becomes a bit confusing as to like, wait, which one of you has what I need? Maya and Sand, a hot fade and path. Congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. Well done. Split between all the streaming services. Yeah. Yep, that's it. It's it can be a bit of a mess sometimes, can't it? Trying to figure out like where is what I need. People go back to pirating because you need like 4 streaming services. Yeah. Although, I mean, like, depending on how, like, we've also been trained a lot into consuming a fuckload more media than we were before because we have that easy access to it now. It's when we want it, we don't have to wait for it to be scheduled on the television channel. We don't have to wait for it to come on. We can just play whenever we want. But the amount that you spend on 4 or 5 streaming services is less than what people were spending on Foxtel. Is less than what people were spending on DVDs every month and stuff like that. So it's kind of, yeah, it's It all comes down to what you can afford. And for me personally, like, I do not go back to pirating. Firstly, like, I believe that artists deserve to be paid for their work. Those actors, those directors, the producers, the camera people, the makeup artists, the costume designers, all that, like, those people need to be paid. And if we download and shit like that, if they don't get their money, then less media will be created and we'll be stuck with nothing but Netflix originals and Stan originals and Hulu originals and stuff like that, because there's no other companies out there, because they can't make the money anymore unless they license it to one of those platforms. So they might as well just sign a contract creating for that platform. So if that's where you'd like to go, then great, because some of the originals are phenomenal. But if you want them to control, like, if you've got all these different houses, that's a lot better in my opinion. The diversity shows. But if they can't market their stuff to a streaming platform, then they're not going to be able to afford to make future stuff, because they can't justify the expenditure. Because they've got to make the money back. They've got to make the money. Capitalism. So I am against pirating. But then the other side of that is I have a budget. I have Netflix. And I split that cost with Jas. And I have Amazon Prime because of the link with Twitch. And that's something that I can justify the cost for, personally. So those are the two. That's it. That's all I have. So if it's not on those, I don't watch it. If I'm looking for something to watch, I don't tend to go, oh my God, that one particular thing, I want to watch it. You know, I mean, I was like, I'd love to rewatch Neon Genesis Evangelion, but I wasn't going to go and buy a new fucking streaming service for it. It just so happens to be split across the two that I have. I will go browsing. There is millions of hours worth on one particular streaming service. So I'll just do that. I'll just find something that already exists on the platforms that I have, because that's what I can afford. I don't think that, oh my God, all the things I want to watch are spread across 5 different platforms. So cancel one for the month, pay for a different one, and watch what you want to watch on there, and then cancel that one and change up to another one next month. If you're really wanting to, like, you don't have to pay for all of it all at once. You can pay for it for a month and watch all the things that exist on that platform that you want to watch for that month, and then go to the next one. That's not an excuse for pirating in my book. It was got when I started. I knew it was one of the, I thought it was Game of Thrones, but I was like, I know it's a really, really big one, but I couldn't remember. It was like season 1 and 2 or something. Like you could not watch it legitimately in Australia. It was not available in our country. Netflix set their price low due to high rate of piracy in Oz. Other streaming services make consuming all content legitimately prohibitively expensive. Well, it doesn't though. Can you really watch, like, why do you need to watch something from each and every one of them within the same month? You can just rotate through them. Like, if you're on a budget, you fucking make it work. Anyone who's ever, like, lived on a shoestring budget before knows that you pick and choose what you use to entertain yourself for that paycheck. And you can do that with streaming services too, if you can afford them. Like, Australia exists? Yeah, basically. We're actually not just actors. I know, right? We exist. Shock horror. What's the internet meme? Something about Finland? I feel like there's space for a joke here, but I don't know what it is. This is the well-publicized case of Firefly, how piracy hurt their attempts to stay afloat. There's a lot of examples like that, hey. Mel had to pirate. It was an honest living. No, it's not. Oh my God. That's what I do. Drop one switch. Hey, Frosty, welcome on in. Thanks for joining us. And yeah, and that's totally valid. If you're like, you know what? I really want to watch this particular series. It's available on that one. My subscription expires at this day. On that day, I'll switch to this one, and then I'll binge the... Well, it's not really binging if you watch it over the course of a month, is it? I guess that depends on how many seasons there are. And then, like, you know, if you finish that early, it's like, cool, what else is on this platform that I can explore while my sub's there? Maybe you stay there for 2 months or 3. Maybe you don't. Maybe you switch to another one and off you go. But it's definitely, like, that is a thing you can do. You've just got to be smart about it. Tight with mullet? Fair. Very fair. When it comes to music, I'll cheerfully listen to music on Spotify. If I listen to a track 3 or more times, I will hunt it on Bandcamp if possible. Other sources if not, and buy the track since streaming pays very little. As do for my streaming services, I have Netflix. Honestly, outside of Twitch, I don't really watch a lot of stuff. Fair. Fair. And I think that's a really lovely thing that you do. Hunting it down on Bandcamp and, like, purchasing the track. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Of course, like, I mean, streaming, obviously, things on Spotify, they get like tiny percentages of a cent for each play and all that kind of stuff. But purchasing the track, they don't get a whole lot more. If you find an artist that you're truly, specifically with music, if you find an artist that you are truly and deeply, like, their music speaks to you and you listen to it on repeat and it's your jam, see them live. Artists make the vast majority of their money touring, which is why the pandemic was so hard, specifically on the music industry. It was just an absolute nightmare for artists which is why a lot of them ended up on Twitch. Not some of the, like, the really, really big names and stuff, but a lot of the smaller names ended up on Twitch because it was a way that they could actually make decent money for performing their music. There was a documentary, I believe it was on Netflix, about Destiny's Child. And one of the members of Destiny's Child, I don't think it was Kelly, it was definitely not Beyonce. Lisa? Is Lisa the third one? But she basically, whoever it was, she broke down, okay, so you have an album that goes triple platinum. That means, like, it's made this much money. This goes here, 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 this goes here. And then you have this much left. And then you got to split it 3 ways. They make a pittance, even from sales of tracks and stuff like that, because you got to pay for the producers, you got to pay for, like, the label takes their cut and the da-da-da-da-da, like, there's a whole range of shit. If you can, like, medically speaking, and financially speaking, if you absolutely adore an artist, see them live. Jazz and I are seeing Ed Sheeran in February. I'm so excited. Australian Open hype. We switch them on and off. It's easier to do than you think. So about 50 a month in the long run. Yeah. It's like, yeah, it's a matter of making sure that you have some kind of reminder somewhere set, like 3 days before it's due to renew, so that you actually remember to turn it off, rather than going, shit, it came out again, damn it. Like, I paid for that again, fuck. Like, you gotta actually, like, set yourself the reminders and stuff, but yeah, definitely. Hello again. Do you spend much time figure out the intricacies of the new profession system? I mean, I know some of the stuff, but I'm not, like, an encyclopedia or anything. Why do you ask? I used to pirate his wife's required subtitles. Foxton never had them, and live TV was off. And he had, excuse me. I do love that captions are essentially a basic requirement these days. Like, love it. I personally don't have a medical requirement for them, but I use them. Like, I like having them on. I don't know why exactly, but it just adds an extra element of, like, understanding, I think. And plus, like, especially if you have something turned a bit lower because you're concentrating on something else and you miss a word and you kind of glance over and you can read it and then go back to what you're doing. It helps a lot. I very much like that captions are a standard on most streaming. So I can't say all because I don't know. I haven't used all streaming services, but the ones I have used have an option for captions, which is great. I like that. I also love that I'm able to include captions as part of, I mean, I know they're not super accurate. They have trouble with the speed at which I talk, my accent, and the fact that it's, you know, automatic and it's done by a robot. But I like that I have that as an option, as inaccurate as they might be sometimes. Context can help, though. I don't know who that is. That and merch. Yeah, merch, which is a lot of what they sell at yeah, absolutely, yeah. Touring and merch. T-Pain. Yep, absolutely. Label takes mass amounts of money. Oh, to Ed? It's gonna be, I've seen him before. I went years ago, I think it was like 2016 or something. It was was it last time? Maybe the time before when he was here. He's just so good. He's just such a talented person. He was doing Shape of You, and the whole crowd was like obviously like screaming along because that's what you do. But like, it's just it's just him. It's just him and a microphone and his fucking loop pedal and guitar, and off he goes. And so like he'll bash on the guitar a bit and then just hit the pedal, and then he'll start doing the next bit and then hit the pedal and you're sitting there and you're like, which one is this? And then one of the layers will kind of go, that's it, that's what it is. But Shape of You, he was playing, and it got to a point and everyone like launched into the next bit, but he didn't, and we're like, what? And then he just goes and fucking, what's the word when you make it up on the spot? Not ad-libbing. Chorus, and not a chorus, fucking an extra verse. Spur of the moment, just out comes a verse that's not on any of the recorded tracks, and it's like, what? Of course, the crowd goes wild, but it was just, yeah, no, he is entirely too talented for his own good. I very much like Ed's music. That and Panic. I missed Panic last time they were out because I couldn't get tickets. But Ed Sheeran and Panic at the Disco. I went and saw Revenge when they were in, it was right after the Rev had died, so it was a pretty fucking emotional show. But in Sydney, many moons ago, back when I was in uni. And I've done a couple of festivals, but I don't really like the festivals as much. Anyway. Better live in studio. It is also true. I don't know, some people, like some artists just create different types of art, and then when they're pressured to go on tour, and it's like, yeah, but that's not gonna work for the type of art I create. Like, it's not always their choice. Reincarnated as a Sword is an awesome anime. That as a premise rings a bell. I don't know if I've seen it or not, but that sounds so familiar, personal. Prime is the worst for them. For subtitles? Really? Okay, there you go. Didn't know that. That sucks. Slightly different side, music, live industry. I'm an audio engineer based in LA, California. COVID devastated my industry. Lucky I survived to get to do what I love. If I work forced you to COVID. Jesus. Holy fuck. I'm glad you're still with us, Z. Fucking Jesus. My sincere condolences. That's all sorts of fucked. I've been offered if someone can find me a legit DVD of NZ Paranormal with subtitles. I'll pay $20 AUD spotters fee. I was asking in general sense, honestly, I've been working on blacksmithing. It's a bit daunting. Okay, that's fair. If you, like, a lot of the stuff in the crafting window, which I can't show you here because I don't have Dragonflight crafting on this toon, but in that box on the side with all the stats, if you mouse over them, it tells you what they do. So you can start piecing it together with that basic knowledge. And then once you have that basic knowledge, you can then jump into like some like Wowhead guides and stuff like that can explain it a little deeper. Because it is a big overhaul and there is a lot of information, I don't blame you for feeling a bit overwhelmed, but the info is there. It can just take a little bit to put together, if that makes sense. Oh, best of luck, Luke. Oh, missed him last time. He's amazing. Met him twice. Nice. Improvise. Thank you. That's what I'm looking for. Freestyling. A bit more than improvising. Possibly, yeah, because freestyling is more like context. Like, it's improvising with additional context, maybe, yeah? I think either work in this situation. But yes, thank you both. I can pause it, do the X-ray thing. You should research it right there in the crime app. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I would hate that. I don't want to do that at all. That sounds terrible for me and my watch habits. Ah, right. I mean, look, honestly, I wasn't really sure which it was. I wasn't sure which it was, so I decided to kind of err on that. I mean, my condolences still, because you still lost half your workforce. And you also mentioned, you know, surviving, and I'm glad that all of us are still here. Let's be real honest here. But thank you very much for the additional context. It does help. But I am glad that you are able to continue doing what you love. And I am sorry that you lost half your workforce to other industries because of how difficult it became. That really still does suck. Not quite as much as the other type of lost, but it still sucks. We're not in the Suffering Olympics. If it sucks, it's allowed to suck. Who's in this scene? Click easily get to their IMDb page, etc. Yeah, I still feel like it'd end up taking me 6.5 hours to watch a movie. And nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. I need to clarify, still devastating, not in that way. Of course. Well, I do appreciate the clarification. Thank you very much for that. But yeah, it's, audio engineering fascinates me. As someone who knows nothing about it, and probably should, considering the industry I'm in. But look, one day, there's not a whole lot of point perfecting my engineering in this space when I am hoping to move to Melbourne at some point in the relatively near future. And then have to do the whole fucking thing again. No doubt I would learn a few things, but also no doubt I would forget half of those things at least. So eventually one day when I'm in a more permanent home, like if I buy a place or whatever and I manage to have a stream room, I do hope to possibly like hire someone to like come into my space and be like, okay, this is how we can make you sound incredible. And just kind of help me out with that kind of stuff. And same thing with like video and things like that, because I want this to be my career. And if I mean, I know my production values aren't super up there. Like I don't have swish transitions from one thing to another, and I don't have like magical buttons I can push that do fancy shit on the screen. I don't think you necessarily need that, especially considering that my content is chill. Like that is the thing. It's chill and chatty, and all the other shit would just kind of distract from that. But having my video right, like having my fucking camera settings and actually having a DSLR rather than a webcam, and then audio, like having the audio be clear and beautiful and all that kind of stuff. I feel like that's something that would be really cool to have. I don't think it'd necessarily make me any more money or make me grow any faster or any of that kind of stuff, but I feel like it'd be a nice thing to do as a show of I am taking this seriously, you know? I might be wrong though. Musicals, orchestra. I was in school musicals and did choir and all that kind of stuff. And so like, I often helped out with the tech stuff because I was, you know, one of the handful of people who was willing to help them pack up and set up and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, I know nothing about it, but I know some of that shit is heavy. But yeah, no, high school is a great place for discovering things about yourself, eh? And about others. What's that behind you? Which one? Out of, like... which one? There's a pile of like stuffed things, and there's lights, and there's second lights, and there's a chair. And a lot of what you're talking about is more sound theory than engineering. A lot of trial and error. The new theory is proven to help. Every situation is difficult. Yeah, different, not difficult. I mean, it's probably difficult too, but, you know, brain's great. That's really interesting. Yeah, I mean, like, I know that there are some things that a lot of people in this space seem to do, and it seems to help them. And there are obviously some products that are superior to other products and all that kind of, those kind of bits and pieces. I think the key for me would be someone, like, doing the trial and error. Like, I'm imagining what you mean is, like, tweak setting, listen, tweak setting, listen, tweak setting, listen. Problem is I don't know what the fuck I'm listening for. That would be my problem. So having someone who did know what they were listening for would probably be what I would be aiming for, I would imagine. I was like a step up, right? I feel like I'm gonna spend money on my office. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Just distracting you. Oh, I thought you were asking about, like, my set decoration. like my pile of stuffed Whatsits, and a lot of people come in and ask, like, what are those lights? I'm like, which ones? I was a theatre tech and flyman for a few years, dabbled in LX and SX. Don't miss it. It's not a life fair. Fair enough. Not a life for everyone. It drives me perfectly. I've been lucky in the right place at the right time, and rep is everything. I can only imagine. It's your portfolio and shit, right? Like, that's... Are you easy to work with? Do you make good shit? It's, yeah, for sure. Set up audio ducking, getting using a YouTube video. It was really helpful. Oh, nice! Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I imagine it will be quite the YouTube hole. But having someone who can, like, listen and be like, you know, does A sound better or does B sound better? Kind of like the glasses, you know, A or B. A or B. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, not just yet. I'm pretty happy with how my setup works at the moment. I'm also in my bedroom, so it's kind of not a whole lot I can do. Yeah, absolutely. For sure. Hello, Coffee, welcome back! Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, I'm doing alright. Not too bad. I'd be much better if I had a Thundering Cobalt Cloud Serpent, but Nalak is, in control of that. Holy shit, Zay. That's pretty good. I mean, it sounds like the industry's small enough and you've got a good enough reputation that you can kind of just write your own paychecks kind of thing. No worries, personal. See you next time. But yeah, that's kind of... I feel like that's where I need to... Because I wanna stream full-time. Like, that's... I have a day job. But I would like to stream full-time. I'd like to be a full-time content creator. But... I know a lot of people out there just kind of go, okay, well, I'm gonna quit my job. Financial security is a really important thing for me. Like, really, really important. So, and that's, like, no judgment for people for whom it isn't. Like, we're different people, we have different values, and that's fine. But for me, I need to know where my next meal is coming from. So getting to a point where I can have 2 or 3 months without any sponsored streams and still be able to pay my rent, that's really important to me. Yeah. So yeah, being able to, like, being comfortable when you've had a month with no work, yeah, absolutely. No, choose who I work for. Yep, where and when. There's been a night and day difference compared to before. And the problem is going stir crazy this way without a project. This happens more than 2 days off in a row, though. Amazing. Oh dear. And I imagine it's not like, it's one of those things where you can't really have your own project, if that makes sense. Like, you can't just do something that's just your thing. Unless you're gonna make fucking, like, YouTube videos about what you do or something. You know, you need, like, someone else needs to do the other parts so that you can do your bit, kind of thing. Like, for me, I can just kick off a stream. I don't need anyone else to do that, but not all jobs are like that. Not all creative jobs are like that. That kind of pressure. Really great show. Absolutely. Sometimes something just to keep your mind occupied is enough. Sometimes it is not. I have a super random question. What's your favorite biome / environment? I'm not sure what the technical term for it would be, but something like a botanical garden. So area, like within the biome, there'd be an area which is just kind of flat green cover, not necessarily grass, like it doesn't have to be a lawn. Native whatever and stuff is fine too, but also areas where there's like color, be it low or high or whatever, and also trees and stuff. Not tons, not forest, not densely packed, not so much cover that you can't walk anywhere without squishing something, all that kind of stuff, but like ideal picnic location. Yes? Is that... yeah? But my first thought was like botanical gardens, because like you can go have a picnic there and sit in the shade of a native tree and be able to see all the beautiful colors. Not all of them are bright, but you know, all those different colors and the different smells and stuff too from all of the different plants. Some of them might be herbal, some of them might be floral, but yeah. And some wildlife. Not like wildlife that will eat me. But like appropriate wildlife. Maybe some possums and some lizards and birds and something that's alive but still inhabitable for a human. Not too dangerous. The dream, that's it. Interesting, cool, thank you. What about yours? And anyone else who's in chat at the moment and would like to contribute their answer, you are very welcome to do so. That was a really interesting question. I'm like, fuck, what biome? What? And then I'm like, oh, actually, no, I think I could answer this. Like, it took me a second, but I got there. I'm using my recorded multi-tracks bands I've mixed live for my office to crazy days. My ears in check that my office because my headphones far too much gear and gaming. Of course. Something in between like a temperate woodland and light rainforest, I guess. Ooh. Well, that sounds kind of cool. I'm making a game going on asking for ideas. Ah, funky. Yeah, gardens are like, it doesn't, like, I mean, obviously the botanical gardens and stuff that I've visited have all been quite like manicured, like they're well kept because there's groundskeepers and stuff like that. But I think it being a bit overgrown would be okay too. Like the grass being a little bit longer, and the like flowers and other stuff kind of creeping out of where the flower bed should probably be, and there's trees branching out in beautiful wild directions and stuff like that. But like it doesn't have to be manicured, but I would like to have a picnic there. Somewhere where I can at least squish down a bit of grass, put a blanket down. Not too many ants. A pleasure. You too. Thank you for being here. This is my usual time awake. Great chatting. It has been really lovely to chat to you too. Thank you for your contributions. I really appreciate it. And enjoy the rock climbing. Rest well. Enjoy yourself. Be safe. Safe. Zam, Fade, Mana, Sand, and Path. Congratulations to all of you on your bonus shit. Well done. As we say at the end of every stream, be nice to... wait, no. Take care of yourselves. Be nice to each other. There we go. This is what happens when I'm saying it not at the end of stream. I get it wrong. But yes, do the things. Oh, well, that's definitely going to try and eat you. Well, look. Maybe my biome can be like the safe area, the town. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. What kind of game are you making? Good question. If you can share. If it's still kind of like super duper under wraps, please don't piss anybody off by sharing. But like, also am interest. Only always, only bouldering engine with 2 foot thick landing pad. Good. That's part of your safety gear. Brilliant. I went too far. Not by much though. It's weird, social deduction role-playing game crossed with a sim game like Satisfactory, with Monster Hunter and horror. So when you're looking for beta testers, pretty sure I have a whole ass community full of people who would be very interested in giving it a crack. Just saying. That sounds like a lot of fun. And I mean, weird is the best kind of thing, right? Otherwise, like, I feel like anything that's not particularly weird might end up just being a reskin of something else with a half rewritten story. It does sound like a lot. Dupe is right, it does sound like a lot. But I can kind of see it sort of working. As long as each of them aren't like, as long as it's not like a super duper in-depth role-playing system and not like a super duper in-depth factory kind of like it has to be complex as fuck to work properly and all that. As long as everything's just kind of a light-hearted take on each of the bits, I think it could work well together. You know? Do we think that that's kind of like, when we think about games that don't quite hit the mark, I feel like quite a few games either they do too little, like they go all in on one concept but don't flesh it out enough, or they go all in on too many concepts and it just becomes too complicated. Is that like, do other people feel the same kind of way? Obviously there can be other problems with a game as well. Not saying that's the only possible thing that could go wrong, but like that tends to be a thing that happens. Friend's been asking me to tone down the complexity. Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, like each of those things, right? You've got Monster Hunter. That's a whole last game. And Satisfactory is a whole last game. You could absolutely do it in like a, so think like Stardew, right? Stardew is the thing that keeps popping in my head. So I'm going to use it because my brain won't shut up. Stardew, you have that farming aspect, right? And that's kind of the core bit of the game. You could switch that up to be a simple machine building, like a simple automation thing. But that is adding complexity. Then you've also got like the relationships you can build with some of the NPC characters. So there's part of your role-playing possible, like not quite social deduction, but like on your way there kind of thing, figuring out which gifts they like and stuff like that. And then your Monster Hunter is your combat. I mean, you've got the caves and stuff where you go down deeper into the, what's it, yeah? So like, that does touch on some, not in the same way. It's definitely not in the same way. I'm not saying you're making a Stardew. What I'm like, it touches on a similar number of things, but it's in a cheerful way. It's not spooky. It's not scary. I mean, I guess it can be for some, but that's already like Stardew is already quite a complex game. It's not if you focus on one aspect, if you're focusing on this achievement at this time and ignoring everything else, but it does have a fair bit of complexity to it. So I think as long as you keep each of the elements pretty simple, like figuring out like what aspects of Monster Hunter are you trying to bring across? Is it just the fact that it's progressive boss fights? Or is it that you're trying to get particular crafting items from the critters? Or like, you know what I mean? And then which parts, because you can't bring all of Satisfactory in because that would make the game too complex. So which parts of Satisfactory are the ones that you think will work best with the rest of your stuff? And like, do you know what I mean? Mission and Oni came to mind. I am bad at Oni. I can do really, really well in the basic stuff, and then as soon as it starts asking you to make like entirely contained things with like airflow control and shit, nah, they all die. I can't, it's too complicated. Too much. I love the game. I cannot get past early game. My brain just doesn't work that way. And that's okay. That's okay. Definitely prefer the more complex games, honestly, but a focused experience can definitely be positive. Oh, sure. Look, I enjoy a bit of complexity as well. But there does get a point where it's too complicated and it's like, shit. But I think the beauty of the complicated games is that none of them, like you've got the core storyline, and as long as you do that, you're fine. Everything else is sort of optional. Like I played through my entire playthrough of Stardew without even speaking to any of the relationship NPCs. I didn't do any of that shit at all. Not once. Because I was just like, nah, fuck this. So like, and then I only started getting like the community center rebuilt about halfway through. And do you know what I mean? Like I ignored a lot of it at the beginning while I was just trying to get my basic stuff down. So as long as you have your main story and everything else is semi-optional or completely optional, then I think you can definitely, and then people who love the complexity can go all in, and the people who don't can still get enjoyment from the game. You broaden your audience and therefore your money. We should not game to mind, keep the complexity where it's required. These are all good taking. Oh, you're so welcome, Coffee. You're so welcome. I'm glad you're like, I started talking about this and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna finish this sentence, but I don't want to be backseating game dev. Like, I'm not a developer. I am a gamer. I play a ton of random shit sometimes. And so but that's what I can speak from that perspective, like as a person who's going to play it. Because I imagine it's like when I'm stitching, I have these grand imaginations for this beautiful project I want to make. But then I'm like, are people going to actually like it? So it's kind of, yeah. But no, I think you can absolutely do what you're intending to do as long as you have like a simple core game with a ton of complexity that's optional on top. We get so caught up in our beautiful vision that's amazing and gorgeous that we lose sight of the actual goal. Well done, Duke! Congratulations! And I do agree with Pyro with the keep the complexity where it's required. I did say that, but I don't think I like engaged with the comment properly. Keep the complexity where it's required is a really good, like, you can absolutely have a complex main system and then all of the extra bits be simple. So have a think about the story that the game tells. Because I mean, every game has a story. Even like City Skylines has a story. The story is managing cities is fucking hard, yo. So if you focus down on what the core message or the story of your game is, and build that up, and then slot the other pieces in where they fit, rather than crafting all of these beautiful pieces and then trying to force them to go together. Build off the branches off the main bit. If that actually makes any sort of fucking sense at all. Look, I tried. I tried. Those pieces do all sound fascinating though. Managing cities is easy. Managing traffic, on the other hand, when I realized that City Skylines had been like basically built as an offshoot, like as a spin-off from a traffic management sim, I was like, oh, that makes sense. Yeah. City Skyline story, lane mathematics, that's it, that's it. That is exactly it. I've had a 3D RimWorld-like zombie survival game project on the back burner for a while now. Main thing I can recommend is playtest early, often, and don't be scared to chop stuff that doesn't seem right or gets bad feedback, even if you love it from a designer point of view. Just because you're chopping stuff off the main game doesn't mean you're destroying it and burning it in a fire, either. If you chop it, if you amputate that and put it aside, and then keep building your game, and then go, oh, holy shit, that could fit here as a slightly different kind of system, it could get better feedback. Like, you don't have to abandon and you know, destroy the joint when something gets bad feedback. It might just not fit there as well. Or, if you love it, maybe that's a second game in the making. Like, never say never. But yeah, definitely with the playtesting. And if you, like, I'm sure that you have, like, your own circle of friends and all that kind of stuff who can absolutely provide you with playtesting and whatnot. But I feel like we as a community here also, like, after, you know, I've drilled into everyone's heads, you know, feedback, and this is how to provide constructive criticism and blah, blah, blah. I feel like a good chunk of the community here would actually be make really, really good playtesters if you're looking for extras. But of course, no pressure. This is your baby, and I'm never like, yeah, yes. Same goes for you, Jack. If you ever need testers, if it transitions to the front burner, at any point. There's no guarantee that people will be available or whatever, but we're always welcome to ask. Maybe you're interested in that. Of course. Absolutely, but as soon as you get something together that's playable, do the thing. Make sure you're testing. Man, I am sleepy. It's only 9:15. Jesus. Not even 9:15. Bella, aren't you? I am in Queensland. I am in Brisbane. I'm not sure where Bella is these days, but I'm at least in the same state as he is, I believe. Yes. Gotcha. Southerner. Yeah. Oh, 62 attempts now. It's pretty good. I'm not doing too badly. off. No worries at all, Coffee. And you are so welcome. You are so welcome. Always happy for you to bounce ideas and stuff off us if you need or want to. But yeah, I hope you rest well. See you next time. He's out near Twin, but interesting. Yeah, I'm Brisbane. Definitely a city person. Personally. Yeah. The rain today was quite nice. Cooled everything down just a touch. Just a touch. Hello, Zan. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Oh, I got another small package from Throne today. That is now sitting with the others to be gift wrapped by Jas when he decides that it's an okay day for him to do that. And that's not snarky, that's very much like it is entirely up to him because it's a lot of work. So my birthday's next month. We're having after Love is in the Air's ridiculous shenanigans. We're gonna do a marathon stream to celebrate my birthday and my 7th stream anniversary. So there have been a few gifts from Throne, a few wishlist items that have been purchased, but it's all a surprise. So I don't know what's in the packages. Because when it's purchased, it comes up like, you know, a gift has been bought. But that's it. It doesn't tell me what. So they're all in their packages out in the lounge room. I haven't opened any of them. And while I'm streaming, at some point, Jas is going to crack open the shipping boxes, pull the items out and wrap them. I went and bought some wrapping paper and stuff, and so he's going to wrap them. So during that birthday stream, I might have presents to unwrap, and I'm so excited. It is mostly snacks. It's like 99% snack foods, and I'm very, very excited. You didn't get out here. Oh, hopefully next time, Frosty. Hopefully next time. This time, no. This was actually one that was done, this one, the one that arrived today wasn't a surprise mode one. It was before I activated surprise mode. But because it's from an indie, it's nail polish. Because it's from an indie nail polish creator, they weren't shipping over the holidays. They only just started shipping recently, so that arrived today. So I know what that one is, but I'm still going to have it wrapped up because it's pretty. Did you get tape? Jas did, yes. I have some tape, but there's several gifts. So I thought, let's buy another one just in case. So yes, there is tape. Delicious. Hello, Cat. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well today. These are, my aligners are a lot easier to take out and get in, like, get back on now. And I'm like, oh, cool. And then I realized it's because it's Monday. And I put my week 2 aligners on tonight, so they're going to be really difficult to get on. It means that my teeth have shifted to fit the current aligners, which is great, which is what they're meant to do. But I put my next set on tonight, so they're going to have to shift again. That's the whole point, right? They shift more and more and more over time. But yes, it's good fun. I seem to have gotten the sensitivity relatively under control. Relatively. Still a bit of discomfort every now and then, but it's not nearly as bad as it was on Wednesday. So hopefully that's the end of that. Excuse me.
Hydrate.
Thank you, Sam. Another one. Just me that. That's alright, Mike. Enjoy. We'll see you next time. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, a stretch. Oh, that feels good. We are in the Lux spawn window. Posture check. Perfect. Perfect timing. Sometimes I feel like I need a seatbelt to, like, you know. Does anyone else ever feel like that, or am I just that much of a weirdo? I don't know. Just you? Okay, good. Noted. I think they should have a seatbelt. Fair. Fair. Oh, given it's defined as a racing chair. Yeah, right? Yeah, there we go. My character history of the weekend, third most played characters, 13 days. They've never been max level. Oh my goodness. That's kind of cool. Happy Monday, Sass. Welcome back. Hope you are doing well today. That's my two mains well over 100. Get most love. Yep. There you go. So that's the Alliance Mage at 11 days, 17 hours. And then Horde, I've got 564 on my main. 35, 33, 15, 14, 12, and then 9. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tunes, and the 7th is an Alliance. However, I have deleted characters. So these are just my current tunes. Yeah, I have had characters that I've played a fair bit and they've been deleted. So that's not 100% accurate, unfortunately, but that's okay. That's okay.
I am born. Shall blow. I am but the darkness before the storm.
wondering when I'm gonna hit tunes that don't have access to the island yet. No doubt that will be soon. I mean, not like it's just got a bit of fucking RP. It's not gonna be too bad. This one has mount farming add-ons enabled, which means that I have been on this one already. This might have been the last one I did last week. Keep in mind that I did have the 2 attempts on Undasta. However, I've also missed 3 kills so far today. Like, I missed the tag thrice. So I'm probably, yeah, we'll see. So, as someone who's been around for, I assume, a few expansions now, I'm curious which expansion was the most disappointing for you and why. For me, it was Warlords. I mean, like, that's pretty much everyone's standard answer. No one seems to like Warlords. My least favorite was Vanilla, because I didn't play it. I know that's a cop-out answer, but it's genuinely my honest answer. I don't dislike any of them. None of them have disappointed me. None of them. I am curious as to why Warlords disappointed you. Because, not to say that this is the case for you, but I have noticed a lot of the player base, oh, Warlords is crap. Oh, well, everyone knows it was crap. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there doesn't, like, apart from kind of, there is a large portion of the player base that seems to take their opinions from popular YouTubers and streamers. And so when those people agree on something, everyone just kind of goes along with that and says that that's the correct thing. But personally, I loved Warlords. I really enjoyed having a garrison that I built up and having that on each of my characters and, you know, having traveling pet battlers come to me. I do tend to play World of Warcraft as a single player game. And so for me, like one of the complaints that I hear a lot about Warlords was that it felt like there wasn't anyone else there because you were just sitting away in your garrison the whole time. My argument, of course, is that you don't have to. But I quite liked the routine of logging through all my alts and doing the herb garden and the mining thing and then da-da-da-da-da, kind of like on each of the tunes. But I play WoW as mostly a single player. So I'm curious to know why you were disappointed with Warlords. I genuinely have not been disappointed by any of the expansions, personally. Warlords was how much potential it had story-wise, but the raid content felt very disjointed, like the cracks in the Iron Horde just broke out very suddenly, rather than having it built up over time. Okay. Interesting. Jas would probably be better at explaining this than I would, because he's very much historically minded and all this kind of stuff, whereas most of what I've learned from him. But the Iron Horde is very much kind of cobbled together. It's they had a lot of leaders, and it wasn't like, I don't want to say tribal because it wasn't like, but it was very kind of cliquey. And so when you have a whole lot of leaders who all think theirs is the right way of doing things, and then something falls apart, something doesn't work, like we derail a train, and all of a sudden you've got a whole ton of infighting about, see, I told you that was the wrong way, we should do it my way, or no, my way, and rah, all the chest beating, and everyone gets, and then it kind of crumbles. But that could be an incorrect interpretation of how that happened. It also may have been intentionally kind of, you know, how do we get from Garrosh to a demon expansion. Because they plan it out several expansions in advance. Like we know for a fact that they plan out the overarching story a couple at least of expansions in advance. So they knew before WoD launched, they knew that it was going to lead to the demons. And so they knew that we had to go, the purpose of us going to an alternate timeline was to get Gul'dan so that it could trigger Legion and all that kind of stuff. So I wonder if the Iron Horde was never meant to be too much of a threat, which is why they splintered so easily, because they were never meant, like, that wasn't going to be the big bad anyway. Good food for thought. I didn't think WoD was crap at all. I'd like to know myself as to why people think it was. Literally type in, like, WoD worst expansion into YouTube and you'll have 7 million reasons that... Because it was like the popular thing to do at the time was to shit on it, especially right after the expansion wrapped up. It was the best thing ever added to the game. I wish it was still relevant. Only thing I truly disliked about Warlords was how it got cut short. I wanted more after Tanan. Rather enjoyed Warlords. I think a lot of the hate it received was from the whole time traveling factor. A lot of it was from gameplay. Like a lot of the hate that I remember it receiving was specifically around gameplay. The fact that we had a raid tier that lasted 18 months and, or whatever it was, and the single player thing with the garrisons, people hated that it's an MMO, why am I standing alone in a hut, kinda, you know, that sort of thing. The best expansion ever. They had a lot of issues around that though. Like, a lot of the stuff they kind of announced at the launch thing, but then they overcommitted and they didn't have time. Some things just didn't work well. And so they're like, yeah, this is a great idea, stick it in the slideshow. And then when they actually went to develop it, it was like, oh, there is no way to make this not suck. And so honestly, I prefer that they cut those things rather than leaving them in and having them suck. But that's just me. Let's see, inside shot truth. Okay, interesting. Yes, yeah, that's exactly what it did, yep. It's okay though, Jas allowed it because of context, we understand, and then he's also immediately removed it. You're good. We were talking about this earlier today, context is important, and bots can't tell context. I just expected to see some infighting that you as characters would have to try to take the chinks that were starting to appear in their armor and apply pressure to make them pop more. That's the thing though, when that happens IRL, you don't need external forces to make that happen. It's more realistic if they actually tear themselves apart, sort of thing. External pressure you only usually need is a straw that breaks the camel's back, you know? But hey, look, that's... The thing is, it is a video game. It's not necessarily going to be realistic, and sometimes it is more entertaining if we are more involved, proper. I need to very quickly go to the bathroom and I have a minute until an alark spawns, so I'm gonna be back. Right. I liked WOD, but something must have put me off as I didn't play during Legion at all. Came back for BFA. Interesting. Interesting. 6-2 is so long it was. Honestly, dislike everything after WOD. Legion for over 6 years. Same game, no changes, only worse and worse with every major patch or expansion. Huh? Sorry, I don't quite understand that one. Ara. Legion for over 6 years. I'm not sure what that... I mean, it definitely hasn't been the same game over Legion, BFA, and Shadowlands. It played very... It made, like, maybe it looked kind of similar from the outside, but it played very differently from expansion to expansion. Legion was great, honestly. Legion was... was... Prior to the launch of Dragonflight, Legion was the best leveling experience I've ever had in WoW. Legion was the expansion I got my first 12 at max level, one of each class. It flowed so beautifully. So beautifully. I loved the addition of world quests. I know they're very similar to dailies, blah, blah, blah. I get it. I don't care. I much preferred just kind of like ping-ponging between the ones I wanted to do rather than going to a hub and trying to figure out which of the 7 I actually wanted to accomplish and then going out and doing them and then coming back. I kind of just felt like it was almost easier and took less time just to pick everything up, even if I didn't want to do that particular daily. It felt easier to pick and choose what I wanted to do with world quests. I don't dislike dailies either. I think they both have a place. I think they both serve a purpose, and they make more like some of them make more sense in certain circumstances than others do. Legion had a lot of like the gated story through Suramar worked beautifully as well. Like unlocking that step by step by step. You didn't feel like, it was the first time I didn't feel like I was behind because I didn't bang it all out in a week. Because everyone could only do a little bit at a time kind of thing. There are problems with Legion that people picked up on, obviously. But a lot of them did have fixes eventually. A lot of people complained that it was fixed and it took this long to fix it or whatever, and it's like, sure. But, no, I don't know. I really enjoyed Legion. Legion was also when I started streaming at the end of WoD. Close to the end of WoD, but, like, Legion was the first expansion I streamed start to finish. And, yeah. BFA I enjoyed, but I also, by that point, had a community of people that I was playing with. I feel like if you tried to solo BFA, there was a lot less you could, like a lot less that you could do. Rather than, oh yeah, you can do most of this solo, but there are some bits where it helps if you've got a group. No, BFA, most of it you needed a group for. Like a lot of the outdoor content you needed a group for, which was just a bit silly. At least as from my experience as a mostly undergeared mage. But I did enjoy it. I just think it would have been worse had I not had a group that I could rely on to play with me. And I love Shadowlands. Shadowlands was like collector's dream. Still is, well, dream and or nightmare. Depending. Expansion that changed my interactions with WoW was Kata, not because it was bad, but because I shifted to night shifts and just stopped seeing my guild in game anymore. And so I gave it a break for a few years. Yeah, that kind of a big life change. Over the end of this month, it'll be 16 years I've been playing. And over that time, I've taken one 6-month break and one 8-month break. Both of those were during Kata. Not because it was Kata, but because it was when I was at university. And I had some pretty big life shit go down. Like the fact that I was at uni was mostly fine, because I raided all the way through Wrath and I was at uni for for that part. But Kata, I had some pretty big life shit go down. And that meant that I had to step away because I had higher priorities, and then came back for a bit, and then more shit went bang, and so I had to kind of go deal with that sort of thing. So I haven't ever left the game because of the game. It's always been like the game has had to be a lower priority kind of thing. But yeah, it's oh no, wait, hang on. Oh, actually, maybe I'm lying. I know at least one of them was during Kata. I know for a fact at least one of them was during Kata. I'm thinking maybe the other was a mop. Like... Yeah, I think it was mop, actually, not Kata. Because I remember coming back to the game like the week mop released. So I knew one of the breaks was during Kata because I remember kind of going, like I had a pre-order for Mists and I was like, do it. And then I got the text saying it's ready for collection and I go, huh, I haven't played in a while, do I cancel it? And then thought, no, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna give it a crack. And so I did and then stuck with it. And I think, because that was a uni one, and then the other one, must have been during mop because I think I came back halfway through Siege of Orgrimmar because I remember having to do a faction change because I logged in and my guild didn't exist anymore because they'd done a faction change and I didn't rejoin them, but I did join a different group of people to play with. Right, yes, so there was one break in Kata and one break in mop. I just don't remember which way around they were. I'm so sorry, I didn't intentionally lie. My memory's fucked. Differs a bit differently, so some content do make storyline general feel is pretty much the same. Well, maybe you just don't enjoy this, like, MMORPG type thing, or maybe, like, this specific type of one. Like, so no, we didn't get, like, 3x packs out of BFA story. I mean that the game is absolutely the same mechanic and gameplay-wise, legendaries to farm. Artifact powers, world quest, style, storylines, stupid characters, and assessment. Then why are you playing, Ara? Or why... If you don't enjoy it, then don't... Like, legit, and this is not me being a snarky bitch. I'm genuinely, if you don't enjoy it, don't waste your money. Don't waste your time, more importantly. Find something you actually enjoy playing. Because, like, what you've said there, like, yes, okay, so... like... I'm confused, you think, what is your favourite but feel DF is lacking content? There is so much to do in Dragonflight. None of it's compulsory, but that's the beautiful part. You do what you want to do. But like, I don't think that the storylines are dull at all. They absolutely reach into my chest, grab my heart, and yank it out. Like, I have sobbed at these because of these storylines. So I kind of, I know that this is not, like, I understand that you're not saying this is a personal attack or anything like that, but like, I wholeheartedly I agree that it's, you know, it's the same formula as like literally any MMORPG. Kill thing, get better gear to be able to kill bigger thing, to get better gear, to be able to kill bigger thing, to get better gear, to be able to kill bigger thing, etc, etc, etc. But like, how, like, if a game completely rewrites the mechanics and the gameplay and stuff, I mean, we do have new boss mechanics and stuff like that here and there, but if they completely rewrite how the game plays, then it's a new game, not an expansion on the same game. That's just a whole ass new game, and they'd release it as a different IP, and it's a totally different game. I'm not sure what you'd expect coming back to, like, you know, like, I mean, I don't know, if I come back, if I pick up a new Spyro game, I imagine that I will be playing probably as a dragon, I will be able to charge, I'll be able to glide, and I'll probably be picking up some kind of gem. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, that's how that style of game plays. So, like, but also, yeah, like, dull storylines, stupid characters, like, that's bullshit, depending on who you talk to. If you're talking to me, I think that's bullshit. I don't think the characters are stupid at all. I think they're all quite well developed and the storylines are gripping and that, but if you don't like them, genuinely, I'm not just being like oh my god, if you don't like it, don't play. I mean it. If you don't enjoy it, this is your leisure time. Play something that you feel passionate about. Nothing to do besides spamming Mythic Plus. This doesn't look like Mythic Plus to me. There's so much to do. Just because you don't enjoy that other stuff doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There's a shitload to do in this game. It's just that so many people only recognize Raid, Mythic Plus, and PvP. But that's only 3 endgame things to do. There's so many other things to do. But if you don't enjoy those, you don't have to do them. That's okay. It's all optional. Weapons. It was TBC and Wrath Dragonflight feels close to those two. Never had much of a game time. It was the first 5 years. Wow, Kat, that's amazing. Made your channel, but you were AFK? Yes, I'm human. I went to the bathroom, Cam. I was gone for approximately 1.5 minutes. See ya, Cam. Bye. Never took WoW seriously. Never my main game was too easy. I remember when I rated in WoW, too grindy in every other aspect. Fair. Make money in WoW. I play it mostly as an economic simulator, doing pet battles on occasion. There you go. Well, that's not Mythic Plus, is it? Savannah's tore my heart out and destroyed it. She was my war chief. Yeah. That whole, I can't remember what I was doing. Oh, there was a, I was trying to get a quest on Alliance side ticked off as completed in DFA. And, I had to go through and do that chain, and I saw the cinematic with Sourfang and Sylvanas, and I was just... the moment where like, you know, she says like the horde are nothing, and just out of the corner of her eye, the undead is kind of like, I beg your pardon. And then she thinks and she looks around and then she's like, fuck it, doubling down. You are all nothing. And then just the whole thing is just Thrall holding back, oh fuck, Zappy Boy, I forget his name. But all those little, and the conversation with Anduin and giving him what's it and just, Does anyone else have it hit harder when it's like your server's namesake? Or is that just me? I play on Sourfang, right? That's my server. Also Amanthal, but like Sourfang. So I don't know, it just... that was like... It was a whole fucking moment. Poor. Relationship also this rings so much now. A long break from WoW, tried a month a year ago, but no, didn't get hooked. Play new world now, really enjoying that. Wonderful, Captain, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Fantastic. A battle reminder? Oh yeah, thank you. I hate dragons, prefer killing them to helping them. Yeah, so don't play WoW then. Genuinely. Like, you... There's this game I play, and I hate this and 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 this about it. Why are you playing? Like... Why are you playing? No, not BFA, DFA. Data for Azeroth. I did not misspeak. 'Twas intentional. So, everyone blames Zam if Nalark spawns while the battle's going. Hello, sir. I'd be like, yeah, my server's namesake likes to murder horde mages who don't flee Dalaran. Oh dear. Fade path, Zam. Captain, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. Well done. This will be the last battle. Just realized what the time was. Goodness gracious. See you, Cam. Archers. Oh, and then... excuse me. I'm just over here to get a hit. Good! Brilliant! We're just under 7 minutes left in the spawn window. Oh well. 65! So my comments got deleted. No? What comments, Cam? I see you have, I finished my stream, see you next time. Catcher, I'm off to bed. Night. DFA question mark, BFA, anyway, catcher. So my comments got deleted. Oh, cool. I can't see them. Well, that's not my problem. Don't fucking, like... None of your comments have been deleted. Do not accuse me of doing that. That's not okay. Usually a first response would be, I can't see something. I'm going to refresh the page and see if that's an issue on my end, rather than I'm going to accuse the streamer of censoring me. That's not okay. Hello, Daz. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well today. My old server's namesake was Kieran Tor. Loved their stories. I still cannot manage to get my hands on the fucking Wondrous Wisdom Ball. From the emissary in Legion. Like, complete 3 Kieran Tor quests and you get the box. And it can have a shimmering, shining, sparkling something crystal in it. And it starts a quest chain, and at the end of it, you get the head in an orb, the Khadgar head in an orb. Wondrous Wisdom Ball. It's like an 8-ball thing, except it's Khadgar. And I don't have it. Because that fucking box. Sick of being shat on. I would just like to, make this really clear. We have never done that to you here, Cam. One time, I've called you out on accusing me of censoring you. I don't deserve to be abused like that. So I called you out on it. Easy fits aren't okay, yeah? Hope you had a lovely stream. I hope you rest well. Please be respectful. And I don't see what you being older than me has anything to do with jack shit. Well done. Congratulations. Rest well. Nemesis drop from Rat Bags. It's a bowl of glowing pufferfish from Tortolan. Bowl of glowing... Is that a toy? I don't have that. Interesting. Lay out a bowl of glowing pufferfish. What do you do with it after that? Like, can you... Like, does it just sit there looking pretty, or can you, like, take pufferfish out of the bowl, or... No, I don't have it. Right, okay, noted. Sorry. I thought maybe you'd know from like looking it up on Warehead or something. My apologies. My apologies. Favorite item is still the Haunted Memento from BC. I do have one of those in my bank, I think. You can grab pufferfish from it that are coloured. Ooh, cute. You seem to just throwing them at people. Perfect. Appropriate. Well, yes, when you click it, you get a random type of pufferfish. That's adorable. Sync, when you get it, we'll need to have like a pufferfish party and just toss fish at each other's heads. Oh, Lord. Oh, it makes you lightly glow. Brilliant. Brilliant. That sounds amazing and beautiful. Oh, it's the Tablet Protector from Battle of the Dark Portal night before BC came out. It's a drop rate from dirt piles, packs of those maps. I swear they're not dropping it all from my pally. There were suggestions. It was approximately like a 1 in 100 kinda what's it. But it seems to like wildly vary, hey. I haven't tried for a while and I've got like 7 or 8 shovels in Fear's bags. Maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe I need to do like a dig stream. Yeah. Comments estimate, yeah, 1 to 2%, yeah. They are not a common drop at all, in the slightest. About 50 shovels so far with a single drop. Yeah. It's wildly variable. JC is flying around whenever I get a spare moment to try for the whelp recipes. Only found 1 so far. Ooh. I'm guessing you're at the if you found one already, then that's good. You're at the right what's it level. The number of times I see people trying to farm for stuff without having unlocked the bit that you need or whatever. But yeah, just wanting to make sure. I have concerns for everyone, you know. Got the mount from a dirt pile the other day. I was shocked. Well done. Well done. Yeah, I haven't done mount piles, dirt piles in a while. Just had other shit going on now, haven't we? So my main is at the correct level, so that counts. Thankfully, yeah, account-wide unlocks are beautiful, aren't they? Absolutely beautiful. I will get there. When, I do not know, but I will get there. Cool, so that's the end of that bit. It's probably far enough. Just need to trim that. No, don't put that in your mouth. Damage your aligners. Got stripies. Where's my thread gone? Complain and you shall receive. Yep, bitch and you shall receive. I know you're using, like, you know, nicer language, but yep. That's it. I keep saying it. I keep saying it. But you gotta use it, like, in moderation. If you just consistently, constantly bitch, it won't work. You've gotta just, every so often, just be really exasperated and be like, why won't you drop? And then it'll drop. Like before, and I was like, why has Nalak not spawned yet? And then, boop. Must be used sparingly. Has a cooldown. No one knows what it is. The cooldown is variable. Yes, internal CD. That's it. That's it. It worked on the lotto. Oh, right, Sol? Oh my god. Ditto. I'd be a full-time content creator by now. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Should go kill Mythic Argus? Yes, one. I mean, no harm, right? What's the worst that could happen? I got my hit. And I got my needle threaded. Right in time. Oh dear. No idea, far too much to go back and do old stuff just yet. Fair. Totally fair. Going great, been chilling, being a father and all that jazz. Amazing. How going? Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Getting along. No worries, Em. enjoy things. Thank you for the well wishes. We'll see you next time. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. These fucking aligners make everything feel weird. Is there anything I should be looting the magic bound chests for? They have extra totems and stuff in them. Like, instead of like one dragon scale thing, it'll have like 3 or 4. That kind of stuff. I don't think there's anything that's specific to them, maybe? I'm not sure. I don't think so, though. I think it's just like extra stuff. Hello, Sal. Hope you're doing well today. Ah, hang on. Yeah, so I'm starting to get to ones that... Okay. Perfect. This one doesn't have a path, so I'm gonna have to go get that portal. Those are some of the mounts I've been farming. We dropped 7 away from the 400 on one toon. Ah, well done, Pyro. You're getting so close. You'll get there. No doubt you'll get there. Persistence. How are you enjoying Dragonflight? Very much so. Very, very much so. Yeah. It's like, there's so much to do. So much to do, but you don't have to do any of it. Like, it's all kind of... You can kind of just pick and choose which bits of it you want to partake in, which is really lovely. And as far as I know, there's no, like, mounts and stuff from the Paragon caches for the reputation, so you can just, like, once they're at max, you can just kind of ignore them, which is lovely. Yeah, it's good fun. It's good fun. Well, thinking, should I ban those or just grab them anyway if I don't need the rep? Ah, I'm not sure, Jack. Or skip them, yeah. I would recommend checking Wowhead, honestly, because I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I've opened a couple of them, but it's just been, like, more stuff. Like, a couple of potions or flasks or, like, several rep totems and stuff like that. Beyond that, I don't know if there's anything special, like recipes or anything. Not too sure. Not too sure. Hello, Lucy. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Which add-on in particular? Because I do have a few on the screen at the moment. If you can describe what it looks like or what I did with it, I should be able to help you figure out which one it is. I do have a lot of them up. It's been such a long, slow grind. Ah, was Zygor LVI? Yep, quite possibly. I don't honestly had since Legion. Personally, being able to fly from the start has been great. It has, and dragon riding is so much fun. It's so much fun. Simple, but like, yeah. They can also contain the dragon shards of knowledge, but those are super low drop rate. Don't know if that's worth a stop for. Fair. Of course, if you need primal chaos, they're useful. Definitely don't need chaos on my main. Speak the same for you. I think Dupe answered me. Wonderful, Lucy. Good to hear it. Good to hear it. If you do look into the ones that Dupe has mentioned and it doesn't seem to be quite the right one, by all means, feel free to let us know and we can help you narrow it down. Hell no, if I wanted those. Let's spare Mythic Plus, that's it. That's it.
Our fate is in our hands. Our people will persevere.
Right, here we go.
Pandaran legends tell of Lei Shin, the Thunder King. He was the brutal founder of the Mogu Empire over 12,000 years ago. He united the Mogu, defeated the other Pandaran races, and founded a glorious nation with the slave labor of those he conquered. The Thunder King built a palatial fortress on the borders of his empire. We should see it soon.
Off. No worries, Akin. We will see you next time. Thank you so much for joining us. Hope you have a lovely night, day, time zone. Hope you have a lovely time zone. What you sewing? Doing some black work on a just a fun little bit, something to burn the time while I'm on a flappy or while I'm waiting for Nalak to respawn.
Aethus, leave us for a moment.
While we have chit-chats.
Hero, you have served
Nothing
the
particularly
across
special.
many
Just
campaigns.
something to occupy my hands, basically.
Confidence.
I hope you're doing well though today, Mandy. Welcome on in.
Our war chief's
Give
campaign
the
across
Arcanas, but
Kalimdor
there's
and
players
Kalimdor
there.
is pulling
I mean,
forward
if you don't hit them
behind the
often, they won't hit
scenes. We're
you.
here to fight the
But
Thunder King.
it is also a
Justice
PvP area,
demands
so
it.
if they do hit you, they are well
Hellscream is
within their
too
rights.
preoccupied at
Well within their
domination
rights to
pay
do so.
attention.
Fair, JC stops to the moon that they can't
But
contain
in
the treasure
defeating
maps.
them, we
Warcraft
must
200
seek out
weapon.
the
Ah,
source
100
of
yes,
power.
fair.
We must
Fair
claim it
enough.
for ourselves.
Cross stitch? I also
Rebel
cross stitch.
against our war chief. In the event of an uprising, we must be prepared.
I also cross stitch. This particular project is just black work though, no actual crosses involved. Just a bucket load of backstitch.
Ah, it will feel good to bloody my blade again. Against Alliance or Mogu, does not matter to me.
I tell you what, I wish I could have had a quest to attend Lorthamar's wedding. Yes, to the sass of both. Lots of elves had. Look,
With the help of heroes like
even just a cutscene of some kind would be nice. But I do believe there's either a short story or a book, like a novel that has the details of the wedding. Obviously, that's not watchable. It's readable, but I think there is additional media that you can consume regarding the wedding. I'm just about collectibles right now. I have enough tunes at 390 plus. Yeah, look, you have done an amazing job with that, Jack. An amazing job. "20 seconds until we're in Nalark's spawn window." I wonder if this is gonna be a long or a short spawn. Short spawn.
Of thunder, can you feel a chill wind blow? The storm is high, but the darkness before.
It was strange seeing my characters on stream. Last 4 kills have ended up exactly the same shard. Nice. You finished. Well done, dupe. Well done. Don't grats me, Jazz. Stacked in just the right way. Perfect. Love that. This will probably be the last kill. Because it's either going to be 10 minutes away, which will be 9:56, or it'll be 20 minutes away, which is 10:06. And even if it's 9:56, the next one won't spawn until at least 10:06. So I think this is going to be our last one. We will have a last battle, and then there won't be another battle, but then there'll be like a bit of time where it's no battle. Crap. Yeah, look, you. I got the achievement for killing Nalark, and Jas sent me a grats in guild chat. Because he's a snarky little shit. What music is... I mean, okay. Again, music in the entire game is amazing, but I do really like Mrs. Pandora music. To the extent, actually, you know, we've got the Garrison jukeboxes, and you can get the music rolls to play different music in your Garrison. Like whenever you zone in, it plays not Garrison music. It plays whatever you've set your jukebox to. Ever since I got the music roll, my Garrison has been set to Mists. It has never changed. Once I got that music roll, it has always been set to Mists. On Fair, obviously, not on every tune, because not every tune has the jukebox. Yeah. Fun fact about me. I actually linked a WOD cover on your Discord. WOD cover. Like music cover? Or like the cover of the game? Or... I presume you're talking about music because I'm talking about music. Of which track? Music cover, like of the like title intro music? Or like a different... Change? Amazing. Amazing. That's quite cool. FYI, in case anyone wasn't aware, the soundtracks, not every single music track in game, but this specifically the soundtrack, the album soundtrack of each expansion is available on Spotify. And I do believe that there's a playlist that has all of them all together, plus each of them are there as their own albums. So you can like make your own playlists and stuff if you have particular favorite tracks. Okay, I'll see place my heart. Norwegian, brilliant. I wish I can make my garrison a Pandaren. Look, yeah, that would have been kind of funky, but I do understand that that would have been just like, oh my god, such a problem for like the art team back then, holy shit. But that would be kind of funky, hey? Fears still looks like Christmas because I activated those as part of the purchases for the achievement-y stuff. Not achievements, like for ATT. And I haven't turned them off yet. So I still have the Wonder Vault. So I can step into it and become a Christmas gnome. Little helper thing. Weird. Weird. Na 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 na. Do 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 do. Very true. A lot of work, yeah. Yeah. I mean, there are bits and pieces that you could have, like, ported over from, like, other doodads and stuff like that, but... Oh boy. Martin, Fade, and me, congratulations to you on our final bonus of the evening. That was our last battle. If you are here for Stream Raiders, thank you so much for joining our battles. I hope you've gotten tons of scrolls and gold and skins and fun stuff. And our next stream will be on Wednesday. If you'd like to join us for more battles, then we have got 3 minutes left on our, or just over 3 minutes left on our spawn timer for Nalark. Spawn window, I mean, that's when it opens. Obviously, it's a 10-minute spawn window, so could be at any time. And I am on a rogue. So I shall be spamming my pistol shot, hoping that it gets in range. I am quite proud of myself that I've been sitting here stitching this without a pattern, technically. I mean, I do have, obviously, the completed one right next to it, but, like, I just kind of remember this pattern now, which is nice. And the efficient way that I found to stitch it. Fear, which of the many zones in the game would you say is your favorite in regards to visually spectacular? Oh, shit. That's a really good question. That's,
For the Alliance!
Yeah. There are so many zones. I think that's a really difficult question, and it's not just it's not just because there are so many zones. It's also because, like, some of them, like, the zone doesn't look so great, but the skybox is phenomenal. Like, Netherstorm comes to mind as a skybox that I absolutely adore. For a while there, I was trying to figure out how I could view the skyboxes in, like, WoW Model Viewer or something, because I wanted to recreate them on my nails. I wanted to do nail art, like ombres and stuff, inspired by different zones in WoW. But I couldn't figure out how to do it in Model Viewer, and I didn't want to have to travel to all the different zones and take screenshots and shit. I wanted to be able to do it outside of the game. So if anyone knows how to do that, speaking recently, Ardenweald is not my aesthetic, but I can absolutely acknowledge that it is freaking gorgeous. It's like, it's not my kind of, like, I love Revendreth, right? Revendreth is 100% my kind of aesthetic, but I wouldn't call it visually spectacular. it's toned down, it's muted, it's decrepit, but it's meant to be. It conveys the emotion and the environment and the tone perfectly. It does exactly what it's meant to do, you know? But it's not visually spectacular. It just does what it's meant to do. Whereas Ardenweald was just holy, like you zone in and you see the big swirly tree and it's just like, mother of God, that is a thing, you know? I'm trying to like work my way backwards through like zones. So like, I think Valdraken's pretty cool, but that's more of an architectural thing. I don't think it's like a visually arresting, like, oh my God, look at that. It was cool the first time, but it doesn't like hit me every single time. And then Shadowlands, I think Ardenweald really does fit that bill of just like taking your breath away. This marvel of what the fuck is that? And then yeah, I love Revendreth and how it does what it does, but it's not a spectacle. It's not a spectacle. Again, Netherstorm Skybox is phenomenal. Feralis is one that my brain keeps mentioning. Feralis is a pretty gorgeous one. It is over here, isn't it? It's gonna be very embarrassing if I don't get it right. Not Felwood, Feralis. This one. The foresty kinda, yeah. I mean, Felwood's not bad either, but I did quite like Feralis. We don't have too much jungle, do we? I mean, like, I know Stranglethorn is supposed to be jungle, but it's not really. There's a lot of sand and a lot of exposed rock and stuff, and I feel like jungle would just be so much more green. So much more green. But I've never been to a jungle, so I could be wrong. I also really like Eversong. I think it's beautiful, but I don't think it's visually holy fuck. I just think it's really beautiful. It's so peaceful and pretty and all that. What's that? Oh, I'm on an alt. That's right. Haha. Blood Mist, not Azure Mist, Blood Mist is really interesting looking. Like the whole, like the ground is infected. Everything is just like, the earth is bleeding. It's like, especially going from Azure Mist and where everything is green and lush, and then going into Blood Mist where the earth is clearly unwell, is quite stark and quite interesting. We have a lot of zones. So many places. A lot of people tend to say Howling Fjord. Ice Crown is an interesting zone. Like, it is very clearly a war zone, but it's not the kind of war zone that you usually see. Like, you don't usually see completely ice covered, because it's not snowing, it's ice. It's perpetual ice. And there's a big difference between ice and snow, and so like it's quite barren. It's a desert, but not a hot desert. It's dead, which is quite interesting. Sorry, that was really sorry. Cool. I bet it's stubborn. Ardenweald for sure. I think Ardenweald is the most spectacle of a zone that we've had so far in WoW, I think. And I think the fact that it's recent goes to the fact, like, I reckon that if they went back and redid visually some of the older zones and stuff, they could be just as much of a spectacle, especially some of those Outland zones. And Draenor even. But because, like, I remember we went into Shattrath and I was sitting on the, you know, the sea serpent mount we got just recently. I don't remember what it's called. But the sea serpent with all the, like, the little bits and, like, the golden saddle and all that kind of stuff. And I was in Shattrath because I was going to an ATT, a dungeon or whatever, to hunt transmog. And I just stopped for a second and pulled up next to the wall. And I was like, look at the wall. Now look at the mount. Now look at the wall. Now look at the... And it just... The difference in... It's not polygons because it's... Like, the pixelation of the art and, like, you know, Shattrath has these big sweeping areas because that was the tech they had when they designed that zone fucking 16 years ago. That was what they had, and so they worked with it. But now that we have, like, even here, you've got, you know, little tufts of fur and stuff like that, but it's still flat. But now if you get something like that in Dragonflight, it's just so vastly visually different. I think if they went back and redid the art of some of the zones, they would look just as spectacular as Ardenweald. But because of the element of magic in Ardenweald and that whole, like, that whole thing, that influence for that zone, and the fact that they have access to these incredible art tools nowadays, they combined to make it the most spectacle, because that's spectacular is, you know, spectacle. You know, that's, yeah, so it's, I think I would say Ardenweald, but that's not to say that Ardenweald is the prettiest zone, just that it is the most visually spectacular. Good. I was thinking about this the other night. Nagrand. I think if they went back and revisited Nagrand, it would be one of the most beautiful, I mean, it is one of the most beautiful zones in the game. Like, the peacefulness and the nature and the elemental forces and all that kind of stuff. I think if they went back and redesigned Nagrand, it would be just fucking mind-blowing. Like, the little, like, when you go then, like, if you visit it now and you kind of look at this bit and look at that bit and just imagine what it would look like if it had a bit more texture, or if they had a different kind of floaty thing happening around it or something like it just, I think the new tech would level it up in a way that would just make it breathtaking. Breathtaking. Peninsula Skyline on Nagrand. Want somebody's shrine, and Nazmir has some amazing visuals. Absolutely. First time I saw the other side of the Dark Portal in BC, the size did exactly what it was meant to do, make you go, whoa, that's big. Yes, absolutely. Stunning zone found. I drew greatly from Raven listening for D&D. Brilliant. I don't play D&D, so I have no idea what that means. Sorry. I still have strangely my first character through the Dark Portal. I mean, I dropped a screenshot in Warcraft the other day because I was heading out to a world quest that had something I needed, and I just kind of stopped and went, oh shit. Oh shit. And so I just kind of stopped and I just took the screenshot. I didn't stop and take I stopped and I zoomed all the way in, and then I opened my options and turned off my nameplate and then closed the options and then took the screenshot and then turned it. But anyway, it was just, yeah. It was gorgeous. And that's Jazaralor flying toward Vol'dun. That was where that was. Give me flying mounts. So Hill soundtrack was so relaxing. STV, Encore, parts of it at least, yes. I do love the lush greenery. It's like lush green. Don't get me wrong, desert biomes and stuff like that can look, I mean, I loved Zereth Mortis as well, actually. I should have mentioned that. Zereth Mortis is just Phew. The shift from green to desert, and then like the orbs just kind of hanging out. This is just like, it's not even like, ooh, look at that fancy orb. It's like, nah, it's just there because that's where it's meant to be. Like, what of it, you know? And the water and just all the hexagonal yeah. I did really enjoy the visuals in ZM. Fashion is visually stunning, like a flashback is stunning. Oh, the worm thing, yes. Love Surima. Yep, absolutely. Beautiful place. Another gorgeous great worm. Thank you. Wait, is that the one I'm thinking of? Yes, that it was a sea serpent, right? Yeah, that is exactly the one. I'm looking, I'm like, look at these tiny scales, and then look at this wall in Shattrath that is like 7 pixels. Like it's, yeah, amazing. Absolutely amazing. Arden wasn't my favorite at first. It's hard to not at least eventually love it. Well, at the start of the conversation, I did say like Ardenwood is not my aesthetic. Like it's not what I'd go to for like my own style of stuff. But it is arresting. You zone in and you kind of go, or like you let out a breath you didn't realize you were holding. That kind of, like it's just utterly beautiful. Not my style, but just fucking beautiful. Those ideas within Blizzard revisit retexture, all design, reading more visually stunning, new content, but it's pretty time consuming, be cost effective. Where did you hear that, Pyro? I mean, I would imagine that, yeah, it'd cost them a fuckload in man hours, but I don't think I've heard that. Hello, David. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Happy New Year to you too. Zoom was great for the terrain. Told the story of Pepper's Frame. Yeah, it absolutely did, yeah. Matrix-esque warehouse for terrain and wildlife smashed into a world. Yeah, but like cohesively. That was the magical part of it, is that it was cohesive. You had all of these random bits and pieces that probably shouldn't exist in an ecosystem together, but they did because it's where they came from. And it was all these prototypes, and it's like, that doesn't quite look like a wombat. Right, because it's not quite a wombat. It's an early prototype of a wombat. I thought it was a beautiful way to, like, yeah, I really liked that. What era from memory? Right, okay. Yeah, that, I mean, like, it's kind of, it's a general enough thing that I kind of, like, I'd believe it. But also like, you know, like source question mark. But yeah, it's I honestly can't really imagine them doing that unless they were doing it for something like Classic, and then they launched it in game as well. But the whole point of Classic is that it's Classic. It's not revamped and refreshed and all that kind of stuff. So I think it takes them that bloody long to create for a new expansion. It's essentially the art team doing a new expansion on top of whatever expansion they're currently working on. You know, that's a lot. That's a lot. But that's okay. It's interesting to see the evolution and having that kind of preserved almost. Adelaide, fantastic. It's been hot in Adelaide at the moment. Well, fingers crossed you guys get some rain soon. Alpha Wombat Early Access Marsupial. As of course, reason to believe this is Wombat Marsupial.exe and have short failed a lot. I mean, yeah, look, not gonna lie. I didn't have enough time for Classic back when it was live. Little did know it is. I know, right? Oh, goodness. Anyway, I'm gonna wrap up. Oh, goodness. Excuse me. I do have a stretch. I somehow missed, so I'm gonna also do that. My shoulders went crunch. Yeah, let's go See you next time. You too. So you two, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. We're going to drop a raid to a new person who has raided us just recently. Let's see how quickly I can speedrun this. Grab your copy paste if you do not have the Fiamma Hype emote, either because you are not subscribed or because you haven't unlocked it using your channel points, either which are totally fine. You can still copy and paste the entire message. Change the Fiamma Hype out to whatever your favorite happy, hypey, celebratory emote is and drop it into Celestial Muse's channel when we get there. She says she's doing Dragonflight shenanigans, but that looks an awful lot like farming transmog, so that's fine. We're gonna do that then. Weekly reset on Wednesday, pets on Friday, transmog on Sunday, and more Naluk next Monday. I will see you on Wednesday for an actual proper length stream. No 3-hour stream this Wednesday, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Take care of yourselves.
Job's done.
Be nice to each other. And I'll see you Wednesday. All love. Mwah. Bye, guys.